Dumela, welcome. Ke ta kopa mongwe wa moitlhaopi a re beha pele ga Ramasedi.
A rapeleng modimo rra ka morena wa rona Jesu Kriste re tamo pela ga setilo sa go sa bogosintante le mo nakong eno o go leboga rra re go lebogela morwa wa Jesu Kriste o moneetse mo lesong gore le ha le manyo a dumela mo go ene a bone botshelo ke go sa kuting mme se botshelo sa kutingela le botshelo ka letoto kgosi ya dikgosi modimo a ka re tanki ka tshepo a tswa botshelo. Thank you modimo wa rona ka mata le nono tse re na le tsone e se ka ntlha ya bothale ja rona e le ka ntlha ya lerato le motho le botho kwa gago a o re ntšha le tsa ngwane moso mongwe le o mongwe ra re gorogile hano mme modimo wa rona e se ka go nonoga ga dipalamo tse re di dirisang ra e ntse e le maoto le botho kwa a go ntate o re eteletse pele ka baengele ba gago ra le mo nakong e re ntse re lopa Jehova rra ketelelo pele ga gago mo go tsotlhe go tsisa kgaleletso go wena go Kriste Jesu mo re na le moloki ra lopa amen.
Amen. Good morning and welcome to the Standing Committee on Statutory Bodies and State Enterprise. My name is Honorable Arafat Khan, representing the Molepola North constituency. I'm the chairperson of this committee. I will now ask all other members of this committee to introduce themselves.
Ke a leboga modula Stilo maina me ke video go twe tlhabologo furniture ke leloko la komiti yone ke parlamenta ko tatio botlhaba ke a leboga
Ke video ga e fele stombo ke leloko la komiti e ke mo parlamento wa Tonota. Thank you chair.
Thank you modula Stilo ke video ang phemetse kopa ke mo parlamente wa Jane Mabutsane ke leloko la komiti yone. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, Jeremiah Frenzel, Member of Parliament for Shashe West, up north. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Ki Caterpillar Kainangura Hikwama, Parliament wa Mau West, ki leloko la committee yone Kialewa.
Thank you.
Dumela Honorable Chair mi bile ta ke tsena go ke le dumedise ba lothe ba leng hano ke bidiwa Phil Aaron ke mo parlamente wa Ngani mi bile ke leloko la komiti yone.
Ke a leboga modula Stilo dumela ke bidiwa tiro ya one monthusi more wa kwena ke le mokwaledi wa komiti ke a leboga.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Kibidwa Khamang Lebele. I'm the technical advisor to the committee.
Good morning. Kibidwa Samuel Diane, ki Sokuf Senior Accountant General.
Good morning. Kibidwa Rapalandi Zinkau, Kitsoba Attorney General.
Morning. Kibidwa Patsimo Mipe from the Office of the Parliamentary Council.
And can I go or can I labor BOTSWANA Postal Services Limited or by introduce before Kiwatisa oath? Yes.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman and honorable members and all participants here today. I'm the acting chief executive officer at BOTSWANA Post.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman. Good morning, members. My name is Shatiso Slave. I'm the acting deputy CEO of BOTSWANA Post.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, members, and morning to all present. My name is Jeffrey Sarabolo. I'm the Chief Legal and Company Secretary at BOTSWANA Post.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Kesogofetse Mulatiri from BOTSWANA Post, Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you. I'll now proceed to administer the oath. At this juncture, let me remind you, witnesses, that proceedings are held under oath. You have been summoned to give evidence before this Parliamentary Committee on Statutory Bodies and State Enterprises. The evidence you will give before this committee will be on oath or affirmation and must be truthful in terms of the oath or affirmation you shall take before the giving of your evidence. You have the option to swear to the oath on the Bible by putting your left hand on the Bible and with your right hand raised, declare as follows. Or you may opt to make an affirmation if you object to the first oath and declare as follows. Kindly indicate your option you are electing. Haole osa dirisi Bible go na le Holy Quran le one ho o ka dirisa.
Thank you, Chairman. You choose go dirisa Bible.
Okay, makadi na o chuba. I, your names, full names,
Thabo Mzenela,
do hereby swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth. So help me God. Le go pa lona le tseka ga le teletseng pele mme ha le gore ra go thoka bangwe gape ba le thusa le bone re taba tseise ba tsa the first four hela for now. I
Shatiso Slave,
do hereby swear that
the
evidence I shall give before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth. So help me God. Thank you. I,
Jeffrey Sarevolo,
do hereby swear that
the
evidence I shall give before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth. So help me God. Thank you. I, do hereby swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else but the truth. So help me God. Thank you. Raleboga, on behalf of this statutory body, on behalf of the Statutory Bodies Committee, I welcome you to this committee. Your attendance is highly appreciated. Please note that the examination is part of Parliament's oversight responsibility. As a result, we welcome your cooperation and thoughtful responses to members of this committee. I'm now going to invite the accounting officer to present your executive summary. Please limit the presentation or your presentation to key issues and highlights of the mandate that was on a post. Financial performance, governance, auditors' reports, BAWA, PPRA, and other regulators' reports. Ke a go neela 15 minutes ya go dira presentation ya gago. You may proceed.
Thank you again, Chairman and members. Chairperson, we have submitted to this committee a 654-page document that supports what has been requested from Botswana Post. Chairperson will go straight into the context of Botswana Post reporting. We were given an instruction
to update this committee on strategic financial and governance performances for periods 2021 all the way to 24-25. Chairperson, we had a cybersecurity incident in March 2025 that has made it unable for us to provide the 24-25 financial, and the financials that we have submitted here, Chairperson, are unaudited. However, the 24-25 extension has been given by the High Court of Botswana and extended to 30th September 2026. Chairperson, we'll go to our fact sheet, fiscal channels, mandate, and licenses. Mr. Chairman, Botswana Post is a 100% government-owned entity. Its parent ministry is the Ministry of Communications and Innovation. Its oversight comes from UPU, Universal Postal Union, BOCRA, BOB, SIPA, NB, FIA, PRA, and BAWA. Chairperson, we have 11 employees, 139 branches, 25 kiosks, and 87 agencies, as well as 12 courier hubs. We also have a subsidiary that is 100% owned by Botswana Post with a staff complement of 8. Chairperson, the next page is just the physical presentation of our physical channels. Chair, our mandate is drawn from Universal Postal Union, the conventions of the Universal Postal Union, a specialized agency of the United Nations responsible for coordinating international postal services and establishing global postal rules and standards. Chairperson, in accordance with UPU requirements, every member country is obligated to appoint a designated postal operator, which is what Botswana Post is. Botswana Post was initially appointed as one in 2015 and has since been redesignated as one to serve in that capacity until July 2031. The mandate of Botswana Post under the UPU framework is primarily guided by the UPU Constitution, Chairperson, and we also find it within the CRA Act. Communications Regulatory Authority Act, Chairperson. Chairperson, our mandate continues on to the next page, where I've mentioned already that is through our constitution, but Botswana Post mandate is anchored on 3 things. That's the letter, parcel, and cash. In foreign, in now recent communication, letter will be your access to communication, parcel and X will be your e-commerce, commerce, logistics, warehousing, and cash is the fintech space that we play with within as Botswana Post. Chairman, our licenses are the Postal Public Operator License, as I've already mentioned. We also have the Commercial Postal Operator that is due to end August 2026. Both of these are given through BOCRA. We have the Electronic Payment Service Provider License, which is given through Bank of Botswana. And then we have our Insurance Broker License, which is given through NB. Chairperson, we highlight the essentiality of universal service obligation. Throughout Parliament discussions, Cabinet discussions, there's been an issue in terms of understanding what universal service obligation is. Universal service obligation is the permanent provision of quality basic postal services at all points in a member country's territory for all customers at affordable prices. Bound by Article 3 of this convention, UPU member countries are required to provide such service. The UPU Act allows for each designated postal operator, being a sovereign member country, to define their own universal postal service. And I think in our later discussions, that will become a key discussion, Chair. Through the Universal Postal Convention, defines the provision of basic postal services as universal postal services. The CRA Act, as I've mentioned before, defines them as a universal postal service obligation. They both refer to the same thing and are used interchangeably, Chairperson. Chair, we move to organizational performance, achievements, and challenges. Chair, under the 22 audited financials, there was a profit before tax of 64 million. 2023 audited, there was a loss before tax of 21 million. 2024 audited, there was a loss before tax of 83 million. And unaudited, Chair, is the 39 million loss recorded in that period. Chairman, when it comes to trading revenue, we have remained on target over the years from 2022 all the way to 2024, 2025. Our cost of sales have also remained below budget over the years due to management efforts, initiatives to manage controllable costs. Chairperson, from what I've already delivered, speaking to our financial performance and strategic performance, the company is looking to improve its position, and we'll get into it more when we get to the Q&A section of this committee. We are looking at introducing business acquisition and retention of key customers, continuous engagement for government business, diversification of revenue streams, a transition strategy that has just been deployed by our recent board to develop to get into triple Ps and open commercial subsidiaries for the company, smart and strategic partnerships, property optimization, implementation of cost-saving measures, Chair. Chairman, we have an abridged strategy performance from 2021 to 2025. We are currently under a strategy called Innovation for Sustainable Growth. Chairman, in 2021-2022, that strategy was suspended responding to COVID, and there was a strategy that was coined as a 12-month plan, which was the interim strategy 2. Successes under the successes or issues or challenges under these strategies, 2022 key highlights is the COVID-19 distribution, the postal money, the mobile wallets that we are involved in, increasing, of course, our physical and digital channels, and then, of course, the VTM installation, virtual teller machines that I'll get into as one of the key products that we have under the NDP 12. For 2022-2023, Chairman, we saw the coming into operation of the PRA Act, which, because of its interpretation, delayed a lot of key strategic projects. We opened a couple of post offices there. We also expanded our retail kiosks. We had a collective bargaining agreement with the union, and then we witnessed the termination of the daily news contract with Botswana Post. Chairman, 2023-2024, we saw a reduction in the USO, Universal Service Obligation provision, 95.4 million from an expected 163 million. We completed building of a couple of postal operators, and then we got a banking consultant to start on a licensing obligation through BOB. And those were the key issues there, Chair. I think one of the key issues there, we attained a low-medium risk rating on the entity's compliance with KIM 4 from BAWA. 24-25, Chairman, we experienced a cybersecurity incident, as I've already mentioned. It delayed the financials for 24-25, delaying the 25-26 as well. We registered our subsidiaries, we refurbished certain post offices, and then we were appointed for certain government projects, digital government projects. Okay. Employee and community engagement initiatives, Chairperson. For over the years, I will not get into detail in terms of the employee, Chair, but what is key there is the work-life balance that we implemented, staff welfare initiatives that we have, your 100% medical aid cover, group life assurance, negotiated scheme rates, collective bargaining agreement signed with the union, provision of psychosocial support, spousal insurance cover. Employee well-being, Chair, as you know, that Botswana Post is challenged in terms of its infrastructure, fiscal infrastructure, but we continue to want to give our employees a work environment that is conducive. We provided a cultural alignment exercise. We are continuing to develop through training, through coaching, through mentoring our employees. We've realigned our organizational structure. We have reviewed and standardized our rollout policies, and then we do a market-based salary alignment, Chairperson. Chair, in the interest of time, I will move away from our community engagement overview, Chair. I'll take them as read. Chair, we'll move over to the executive summary of achievement and challenges. Significant achievements of Botswana Post across the period that we are being we are answering here today, Chair. Automation of social grants payments, CMS, warehouse management and distribution for secretarial medical stores was a key achievement. DRTS online launch, virtual post boxes, and of course the continuous expansion of our channels, both physical and digital. We have key graduate trainee programs. We have one also sponsored by our regulator, BOCRA. And then in terms of corporate governance and assurance, Chair, we are now at integrated reporting of our annual reports. We are registered with BAWA, and we are at King 4 Code of Corporate Governance. Chairman, the significant challenges, of course, are our balance sheet structure and also the going concern. The persistent losses over time has been a problem to the company chairperson. Amalgamation of Botswana Korea's brought a poor balance sheet, which also exaggerated the problem. Further is the public service debt fund loan chair that increased the losses through interest and weakened cash flow because of repayments, Chair. We have talked about the impact of such a challenge, a weak balance sheet, unable to meet our liability obligations, opportunities to expand business were lost due to lack of capital investment, and the support that we need in terms of that issue, Chairperson. We signed our shareholder compact in 2021, Chair, the last signed compact that we have. The one that we have is still under review, but we're still getting instruction from our ministry and our board, of course, still guided by the shareholder compact and other reporting initiatives that we take with the ministry. Okay. Chair, significant challenges are the dilapidated postal infrastructure, as I've mentioned, the short-term contracts from government chairperson, from social grants, delivery of daily news, delivery of pharmaceuticals through CMS, food coupon and DRTS expansion to government. Chairperson, the challenges, the governance challenges are the ones articulated under BAWA in terms of the constitution of the board, what the cybersecurity also brought in terms of governance challenges. Chairman, that is the end of our executive summary.
Ke ra leboga ke nako yana gore mapalamente ba botse dipotso. Ta sibolla ka Honorable Hikwama.
Ya leboga motsamaisi Modula Stilo, sorry for that. Ya leboga Modula Stilo. Ke ya leboga Re Mzwinela, is if I got your name well. Ke no re Thabo Mzwinela. Ke ya leboga. Ke na le dipotsonyana tse di malwanyana. Dipotso tsa me ke ya ntlha ke gore dipotso tsa me di malwanyana mme ke tla leka go nna mokhutswane. Ya ntlha e ke tla go itebaganya ke gore go hitella mai kaelo a lona kana ke mo go mandate ya kere le hiteletse go le kae go hitella maikaelo a lona a go isa ditirelo tsa poso go setšhabeng. Ebile dikgoreletsi tse di le itsang go hitella maikaelo a lona ga ke a utlwa sentle gore ke a thata gongwe o ka thatswa thata wa refina. Ki ya ntlha ya bobedi mme ke supe gore ke lebogela gore be le na le di postal 139 post branches and 87 post agencies across the country. Ke lebogela so se ebile ke a se lemoga mme go na le di kgaolo tse di le gore di konte ga digital space di konte ga di access maranyane a lena le plane ya gore ko di kgaolong tse di kgakala le ditirelo tsone tsa di-network le e ntse na le plan gore le tla hetelela ka tsela e ntseng ja e bonolo. Gape o supile gape gore system ya lona e ne ya cyber attack le re alwa gere ine ya attackiwa ke tsone dio tseo gongwe ga lena labor cyber security se khositseng kana se se dirile gore le thoke yone security yone ke me go costile le kana la lona bokae ra le mo ya bone ke gore ra le mo ga gore ditirelo tsa lona tsa poso le madi di wela ko tlase ha di wela ko tlase jana ka gore go setse go nna le di-email online transactions digital messaging bontsi jwa batswana ba na le di-phone banana le bone ba na le maranyane ba na le access ko maranyane le di-computer jalo a mme le setse le bona gore o ne go isa mekwalo le ditirelo ko bathong. Your mail services is relevant in these times. Ke nngwe tsene le ka le re tlhalose le gore strategy sa lona sa go incorporate this new developments ke ya bohelo ke a itse gore la itse rothe kana le committee ya itse gore go ntse go na le these committees are aware. I think I've raised a lot of questions in Parliament, is aware of persistent and widespread grievances from postal services regarding the current scheme of service. Specifically, because I have raised this in Parliament, there are serious allegations that the organization systematically overlooks formal qualifications and relevant work experience when determining salary. Work experience doesn't work. Qualification has says le form 5 le motho a degree. Ba amogela mo go tshwara. Ke ra gore ke dio tsele ka gongwe ke tshono ya gore le dithatso re tere di tlhaloganye sente. Le gore of course I heard o bua gore we are going to realign realignment of this thing, but go bokgakala bo le kae le batla go di dira mo le bakele le kae. I think thank you honorable chair.
Thank you honorable member.
Yeah.
Honorable President.
Ke a leboga honorable chair, and thank you acting CEO for that presentation, and I'm happy to see young people running this organization. It's a good thing, and you are the very people who can transform Botswana Post. So my question, I've got a few questions, and I will start with the one that talks of balance sheets. Botswana Post has lost, when you're doing your presentation here, it shows you have lost over 287 million over the few years. One of the main contributors to this losses is staff salaries. So my question is, how does management justify the losses? And please explain whether it is prudent to utilize public funds to pay the losses. And according to the External Auditor's Management Letter of 2024, 59 million was discovered to be missing from Stanbic Bank Trust account, 59 million. Have these funds been traced? I want to know the whereabouts of those funds, the 59 million that is discovered to be missing. And have you been have you been awed by the contractor or contractors for old age pension payments? Have you been awed? And how much of these debts were for monies due to decreased in pensioners, and was this money fully paid to Botswana Post? And I learned koloto di petse le na le tsone tse tsa bagodi tsa ka le amogedisa bagodi yana a sengwe se sa masente ga le kolotiwe kampo ga le tweng yaka le re itse gore bagodi ba amogela ko posonyana gore re itse gore go ne mme re tsamaya ka tselentseng jang. And who is responsible for the KYC compliance between you and your various contractors over super jalo, so as to close the double dipping and ghost beneficiaries that could emanate? And why are you not collecting your rental? It shows what you don't collect your rentals. Why is that so? The last question, Honorable Chair, from your presentation, Mr. Mzwinila, you haven't elaborated on your plans to expand the business. Like you work banana. When you look at all these buildings, I believe it's the whole country. Unless but all of your structures did of course with the old buildings, but with new brains. Can you elaborate on your plans? What have you got to transform Botswana Post? Honorable Chair, I think with that, I will end there and wait for the follow-ups after I've been answered. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Chairman.
Yes. Honorable Sidombo.
Thank you, Chair. Mo presentation ya go no supa gore body ga ya appointee. One would like to know gore we've noted that the performance agreement between the minister and the chairman has not been signed. How has that affected the governance of the organization? And update the committee on the appointment and effectiveness of the board.
Let's.
Ushupile, yeah. Ushupile or some legal claims amounting to 17.9 million. Please provide clarity on these legal claims and whether they could have been prevented. Hello, even now, on these legal claims and related costs over the period from 2021 go ithagajana.
Let's Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Arul.
Ke a leboga Chair. Ga ke tsena go ke le dumedisa gape me ke le nna ke eletse go tlhaloganya dio dingwe mo Botswana you were the first in this industry. O ke dumela yalo. Me go lebega gompieno le ko mogateng kana bangwe ba ko mogateng mo industry yone. How did it slip your fingers? How did the business slip your fingers? Ke buiswa se ka gore gape infrastructure ya lona e lebega ya namile le hatse ka bophara. And two, you seem to talk of business contracts. Why are you not tapping into private corporate businesses and the general public? Ha gongwe e tla nna gore nya re latlhegetswe ke business ya government ya di-daily news kana ya eng, mme business yone re tsaya gore ga e helelela go gongwe ke tlhaloganye sengwe gape. How reliable relative to your competitors are your deliveries of parcels and all that? Le gore gongwe you mentioned of persistent losses. How do you see your organization making a turnaround to make this business, to make this a business that will make money? Meantime, get I'll come after follow-ups. Thank you.
Honorable Furniture.
Ke a leboga Chair. Ke le leboge. Nna ke ta le ka go itebaganya thata ka tsa di audit recommendations from your organization. According to the external auditor's report, go supagala gore rentals amounting to 1.2 million were not collected in 2024. And then Motoka bata go itse gore what does this reflect in terms of operational efficiency ya organization ya lona? Have you accounted for all the money collected for motor vehicle license renewal? That's another question that I'm posing to you. Have all the money been paid back to or transferred to government? Has Botswana Post ever utilized this money to cover its operational expenses? If so, is this lawful? Ya bohelo ke gore a melao ya lona ya le leta gore le ka kgona go partnera le community gongwe le aga poso kana le aga dikago, a melao ya lona ya le leta go dira jalo? Ha ile gore gongwe ya le leta a le setse le kile la partnera le ba bangwe go sele le tshwaraganela go aga poso ka tsela e ntseng jalo? Ke a leboga.
Honorable Kwapa, Honorable Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few simple questions. Accounting officer, an inspection of the Botswana Post Public Repository reveal a critical and recurring inconsistency regarding statutory reporting. Specifically, the integrated annual reports for the financial years 2021-22, 2023-24, and 2024-25 are entirely unavailable to the public on your official platform. To ensure absolute clarity for this committee, have each of these three outstanding reports been formally finalized, audited, and signed off by the board? If they've been finalized, why are they being withheld from the public domain? If they have not been finalized, what specific administrative, financial, or auditing bottlenecks are causing these severe compliance delays? Because you are getting instructions from the ministry as well as the board, but from the questions that have been asked, so so the other question ke gore ke tlhaloganya sentle gore ha ne le bua gore gona le metse le gore le setse le coverile in terms of ditirelo tsa lona gongwe ke dumela jalo gore ke dingwe tsa ditsela tsa go isa ditlamelo go batho but potso ya me ke gore dikgaolo tse di tshwanang le bojwane mabutsane jaana tse leng goreng ga dina ditsela ke batla go itse goreng le hitlhella jang go tsone especially ke lebeletse goreng one of your mandate ha ne le gone go isa ditirelo go all the citizens. So ke be ke batla go tlhaloganya gore ka gore metse e tshwana le bothankane kana ku bo samane mo khuma le fokotsonyane bo itholokele bo kutuku jalo ga mo go le bokanako le hitlhella jang teng ka gore gona le batswana teng ka gore ne ke utlwa gape le bua gone gore kana le na le di retail kiosks ana ke ipotsa gore ko le sa gang teng ke le sa kgone go isa di kiosk tseo teng. The other question, what is causing the delay in the appointment of the board directors and who's responsible for the same? This is the ability of undermining transparency and stakeholder trust and exposing the company to reputational and operational risks. Put ela 59 million on a limo Stanbic trust account. We cannot ignore. 59 high local banking. But have you been able to recover this? Trace. Super Mariana because you do kana bank ena di tsamaiso Mariana tsa smogolo na tsa mo trust accounting. Ke dumela gore go motlofu wena as an accounting officer motlhala o itemogetseng one gore ke one o dirisitsweng go tsa madi go trust accounting go supa go diragetse jang potswengwe e amana le staff welfare jaaka no e bua hela ke batla go itse gore keng bontsi jwa badiredi ba gago especially go di kgaolong o itlhela ile gore diposo di bapisitswe le gone ha ba nnang teng. Is that not a risk mo go bone mo matshelo a bone because I guess that ko ntleng ga ba diri ba lona they are coming le ka di family a go mo ga le bone go ba le di family tsa bone mo risking gore ba ka tshikiwa ke tsa gore ke tsone hela Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, ke nako yano ya Botswana Postorete ya arabe dipotso.
Thank you, Chairman. According to my record, we have 22 questions asked by honorable members. Chairman, the first question dealt with our mandate wa rona re khona go fila o hitela ha kae. As explained, honorable, mandate wa rona wa go tsena mo dikgaolong is a mandate that is given under the CRA Act under section 71 ya teng. And is reserved for what we said is a designated public operator. Gore re tsena mo kgaolong re bula poso mo kgaolong re lebella the populace of kgaolo ya teng, the density of kgaolo ya teng, and is about 5,000 per density ya village ya teng. This is how we have been able, for the 139 branches, been able to demarcate those physical structures. However, because of our mandate, we still have to continue where we have not had physical structures. This is why we have the kiosks and the 86 agencies. Further, to make sure that our digital channels also are there and available, and ease of usage in terms of our public, the underbanked, the underserved communities. So this is how we have been doing that. Challenges, of course, from a finance perspective, we have at NDP 11 all the way to the current NDP have given development capex that we wish to also be assisted with. We are, yes, looking at the other question I'll answer down the line as well. Partnering our regulator also through the USEF fund in order to the fiscal structures at the post office. The second question, Chair. Coverage of rural areas and expansion increase, I think, is intertwined with the first question. On our year planning, we make sure that we have what we call value centers. Currently, Currently, 2, which is north and south, but previously, what will happen is that in those 4 areas, we'll have an estimate of about 36 branches. And then we'll have what we call a value center general manager, which is the CEO of the area. We look at situations of how dilapidated a post office is, the needs in terms of the needs in terms of then the issue of the density that I was also engaging on. So our expansion is based on at least 10 post offices per year, depending on whether we can be able to fulfill capex at day. We have averaged, I think, 3 or 4 per year for the past 3 years in terms of expansion of post offices. We have provided the digital platforms as Ribua, our DigiPostal. We have done our virtual teller machine, which also offers offerings Botswana Posty, and those are ways in which we are trying to expand that. Chairman, the third question. Oh, capital expenditure. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Moholo. Yes. All right. Cyber security, Chairman and members, honorable members, it's an issue that involves certain partners. It's an issue that involves insurance, and it's still a sensitive issue. That some of the information I would not detail because of the platform, but in written format, we can give a written format explanation of what really transpired. But we had in place the necessary cyber security systems that were there. It was a vicious attack that happened in March 2025. And we have made sure that first, our endpoints, monitoring and threat detection, or at least is able to detect early and then stop the attack now from getting into other systems in Botswana Post. We have also made sure access of employees, whether using your flash drives, whether using external emails or however so, or transferring information to other emails to make sure that those endpoints are covered and managed in a way we will not be exposed to such an attack. The other issue is our hosting. We have hosting on premises, or we host in terms of the premises, it's a BTC, or we host in terms of cloud. So we have made sure that in terms of hosting, we have diversified how we do our hosting in order to make sure that at least very, very crucial systems in order they offer services in order for Botswana Post, or are the ones in order they are dealing with our key revenue drivers. It's when it's in order to be protected and hosting something. Of course, we are challenged, Honorable, in terms of our systems, getting them to be current in terms of how our competitors, the legacy systems in order as well. So that's still a continuing investment that we are putting. It's an investment that is planned with what we call an enterprise architecture. Botswana Post, looking at ecosystem e se tsele teng gona no ecosystem e re tsang gore government e libile yone hela e batla go digitizer, and how do we map there? And because of that investment that is needed, first was to deal with the short and medium, which we have dealt with and stabilized, and now is to look at the long term, balancing it with our digital needs as well, in terms of the systems in order to compete on marketing. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. The loss of revenue was 1.1 million. Loss of business was 6.2 million. And then over time, because of having to recuperate, reconcile, get staffers on the ground, especially from finance and especially from IT, was about 2.2 million. Number 4, declining mail volumes. Declining mail volumes was talking to the relevance of Botswana Post. In talking about our mandate, we talked about 3 aspects: the letter, the parcel, the cash. Botswana Post will always remain relevant. I think what Botswana Post needs to do is be an active agency enabler for Botswana, either government or private. Botswana Post is still relevant in terms of any communication that runs through this country, whether mail volumes are declining or not. Botswana Post, in terms of the mandate, their parcel, we still are a logistics company. I will answer the question of declining in terms of market share when I get to that question. In terms of fintech, of course, we trade in everything that is to do with money, whether we are offering it as agency services, whether we are bringing companies such as whether your Botswana Life, the premium insurance, conduit of that, or whether through POSTAL Insure, that is our own company that we are doing, or mobile wallet, that also is a way of underbanked and underserved by communicating in terms of payments. So we are still relevant in terms of that. We just need now to diversify more and say, how do we protect Botswana Post? We protect Botswana Post, Chairman, through optimizing our delivery and logistics. Our delivery and logistics has lost its market share. And I would agree that that could be a cause of inefficiencies. That could be a cause of also losing key contracts, whether private. That could be a cause of service delivery. So what we have done at Botswana Post of recent, we were running courier, EMS, and then what we say is user deliveries, your daily news, anything that is to do with social obligation, they were run parallel. We have since put these departments together to run as one to manage those inefficiencies. We have also are underway by June 2026 latest to introduce a system. I will not mention the name of the system, competitors, but we've introduced a system that also is relevant, a system that is to compete with the competitors in order to Botswana Post. We shouldn't be losing that market share, and I think that's something that we are intending on regaining. Yeah, 3. Okay. So the strategies to grow, I will answer question 9, where we say plans to expand business, which ties to number 15, a turnaround strategy chair. Number 5. Number 5, Chairperson, here, scheme of service. Hey. Honorable, I hope Honorable, we have an executive and management cadre, and then we have junior all the way to the lowest paid cadre for Botswana Post. Botswana Post is an entity, obviously, that is running from, let me not say obviously, that's run from corporate governance principles in terms of even understanding what do you do to say you're building an organizational structure. Our organizational structure is very, very clear in terms of salaries, in terms of roles, in terms of qualifications you need to have for the role, in terms of the experience you need to have for the role. So we, by all standards, do that through approval by the board. We take this to the board by hiring external consultants. We also, very, very importantly, Honorable, engage with the union. So in whatever we do that speaks to organizational structure, remodeling, whatever we do, we engage with the union, we engage with all stakeholders, and then we look at our strategy, where our strategy could be going, where our strategy in terms of business, our strategy in terms of technology, and our strategy in terms of growth. So we have balanced all of these objectives into one, and more thing re tatlosa motho hela as an experience or as a label qualification, Honorable, is something that I'm not aware we have done. Should there be a very specific circumstance, Honorable, I'm welcome to reinvestigate, but as an entity, this is not something that we support. Number 6, looking at our balance sheet, we were talking about staff salaries being a big cost, and is it prudent to use public funds to pay for the losses? Okay, if we go to chairperson, I don't know if it's in my summary. Let me just peruse quickly. Okay. It's not in my summary, chairperson, but it's there detailed in page 69 of 654. First, I would like to make a clear distinction between the two licenses that we have. We have the USO license. We provide postal operations, even if it's not in the most profitable ways. We then have our commercial license. That comes in to say, because of this onerous obligation that you have, USO, we allow you to also run on commercial terms and use whatever means already in existing assets that you have to make sure that you run commercially as well. Now, because of that, staff cost Sarona, looking at our social mandate, will be on the increase. For the 139 postal operators, we have about 300 plus customer CSAs, customer service agents. We have over 150 plus drivers. Those are only the guys that are front-facing in terms of running Botswana Post. Our operations and commercial run with about 859 employees. What we need to do is, that was the situation on the ground. When I discuss our expansion strategy, we need to say we have a human capital of experienced, highly trained, highly cross-selling employees that can do insurance, that can do agency, that can receive mohudi, that can do whatever. They can cross-sell to whatever skill that you require them to do. You now need to have at least a model that says when you expand in a way that the costs that these employees, that is 10, 11 employees, are shared through your expansion plans. Whether you are opening a career, whether you are opening retail, whether you are opening an insurance, or whether you are an agency, your model needs to make sure that that CSA, for argument's sake, hello, 10 pula, you amongst your expansion plan, and that will demonstrate the expansion plan. Is it prudent to use public service? As I was talking about USO. USO is a mandate. A mandate dear Botswana as a signatory to the UPU Convention. Now, because of that mandate, we have been designated as the postal operator to provide that service. The funds that we use are the funds that we would have spent in a year to provide these services. So they are refunded in arrears through a cost methodology that is agreed between ourselves, the regulator, and the ministry. When you look at that page in Ikiwaga 6970, you will see that impact of USO is the one that really impacts our loss position. But when you look at our commercial runnings, whole level at 2022, we made a profit of 1 million, 23, 9 million, 24, 24 million, 25, 62 million. Against the same years, respectively, of a 28 million loss in 23 under USO, 24, 105 million loss, 25, 101 million loss. What we are dealing with now is an understanding between ourselves and our shareholder to say, to close this gap, what are the mitigating strategies that we need to do or use? The mitigation cannot be continued increase in USO. That is untenable and is not sustainable. So we need to now look into how we operate by leveraging our technology and automation, diversifying our service offerings, engaging, yes, continuously with the regulator to ensure Kahabokra, the Universal Service and Access Fund, also augments. When you look at the CRA Act, we are a designated public officer, but it is not demonstrated on statutory. And that's what we also need to lobby for, to in detail articulate the calculation of this USO that we keep talking about, that is confused sometimes with subvention, and articulate it very well and very clearly, and ask ourselves, as a country, we are a signatory as a country of how we move forward in terms of that position. The 59 million Stanbic Trust account is also question 21. I will answer it with question 21. Okay. Thank you. OAP contract. The OAP contract, we are not owed or owing in terms of OAP. I think this is a contract that will be servicing well in terms of Bahudi Barona. Issues of mohoting how this is a security issue. We have cash limits. We have cash limits in even though we have vaults, but people are always prone to know what. So we modify how we do our cash limits based on the behavior. Usually at the end of the month, they use also as a social activity to them. So that is when our cash limits can go on the high. But usually we monitor and manage OAP through the cash limits that are relevant based on the behavior. And our KYC is done through dual, mostly front-facing by us, but dual with the Ministry of Local Government. Number 8, collection of rentals. I think nearly Honorable Furniture. Collection by any means of anything owed to you should be something that, if you are prudent business, you should always be following your collection. So, say it's 2024, Moholo, I think we have collected them, but to engage on issues of rental. We are paid about 7 million rentals. We pay about 5 million out in terms of rentals. Our rentals, sometimes we offer this to the community, to small business people, that usually contracting or we should be debiting you month by month. There are situations in terms of we don't want to fall into areas. There are those certain issues that are there. But the way now we have coined our contracts in terms of rentals, the efficiency of trying to collect the rentals around any space that is owned by Botswana Post is on the rise. If I have not answered it well, I think the CFO will just caution me about a support in terms of that. Number 9, I'll take it number 15. Number 9, NRA, plans to expand the business. Number 15 also was talking about turnaround strategy. Our turnaround strategy is still, of course, defending our core business, which is logistics. We believe that our logistics, our warehousing management skills are ones that can anchor the business in terms of growth. Our agency model business that we have been doing for the likes of DRTS, Duela Bahudi, are the ones that are core and essential to anchor our business. But our expansion strategy speaks more to our commercial license. Key is POSTAL money, the wallet aspect of our business. Number 4, in terms of market share. We want to increase that market share to at least 2 at bare minimum. We are opening this as a standalone company. We have recently just interviewed the GM that's going to be running this as a company. We are acquiring and investing in a system that is going to be competing with the likes of Orange, BTC, Lee, Masco, and having strategic partners to onboard in terms of POSTAL money. So that's a standalone that will be running on its own. POSTAL money, of course, you cannot now look into fintech. You cannot avoid talking about fintech, your digital banking services, or your agency banking services. We are creating a model. As we see, banks are moving from physical structure. But where they're moving from physical structure, they have their customers sitting in those physical places. So we are remodeling an agency banking model that will speak to private bankers or statutory banks that are there. But of course, we have also an appetite to make sure that we are not only an agent in this market, but we're an equity participator. And that is one of the strategies that we are going to be deploying in this current financial year. Use of assets is the third one. Botswana Post will be opening a real estate company that is going to be looking into its assets. The assets that we will be asking the shareholder to dispose of, we'll be asking the shareholder to dispose of. But there are certain key properties that we have identified. Phase 1 of this property identification is in areas that I think for competition, let me not mention, but there are about 7. They'll be costing us around 179 million, bringing in a revenue of about 30 to 35 million, and then payback period of about 25 years annually, maybe paying 12 to 15 million. So that will be the real estate company. Korea, as I have mentioned, we have internally recently optimized Korea, as I've mentioned, brought it into one department. So that means that Korea's market share, which was the leading market share, I think it was a question of how did we lose our market share, is to get back into Korea as a core, as I've mentioned, and open it as a company and compete with the likes of your DHL and your Sprint Koreas. What's the fourth one? Okay, no. Okay. The other key thing that I would like to mention is being a government services aggregator. You are looking at smart bots initiatives. You are looking at BTEP. You are looking at BTEP trying to expand its national digital ID, national citizenship e-wallet, trying to expand into a governance stack of having government services provided under one system, and then also trying to build its reinsurance and making sure that the money stays within Botswana. In that ecosystem, there is no way Botswana Post cannot be part of the conversation. So we need to lobby and lead, and this is what we are intending to do in this year. When you look at the government services, for example, police fines, smart bots initiatives, as I've mentioned, food coupon services, as I've said, tertiary students funding, these are some of the services that Botswana Post can bring. Agriculture, your land rights, trade, licensing, permits, labor, ID, passport, visa, and then transport, not just to deal with the renewal of licenses, and even the driving licenses themselves. So we're a conduit for government services or private partnerships services. I think that is the key expansions that we have, and that has been approved by the board through a transition strategy. We'll be going through a 2-year transition strategy that is KPI-led to business acquire, to make sure that we retain the clients that we have, to build smart partnerships, to make sure that we collaborate with both private business and government. That answers question 9 and 15. Board composition is number 10, where you talked about board composition and who appoints the board. Also, the shareholder compact not being signed between the chair and the minister. Botswana's board has 95% always been correct. We only have a lapse of about 5 months where we had 3 board members because most of the board members' term were coming to an end. And this coming to an end were also coming during the period of a change of government. So that delayed appointment of further board members from the already existing board members. So from a board composition perspective, we've always had board of directors. We have a present board of directors with a chairperson, with 4 other board directors, which makes them 5. These are appointed by the minister. And even though we don't have a signed shareholder compact, when we talk about the governance of the organization, all our assurance wins, I would say that they are controlled, they are moderate, they are up to date. We have external auditors that up to 2024, 2025 was the only anomaly in terms of the reporting standards of Botswana Post that we did not report on time. Prior to that, through annual reporting, through integrated reporting, we've always reported, we've always circulated our reports, whether through stick or whether through physical copies. With the government, I think for the past, outside 24-25, we've always given physical copies to the government. So, talking about our assurance wins, I've talked about the external auditor, I've talked about the internal auditor. When you look at our management letter issues, 74 average closure rate. When you look at our internal issues, 78% average closure rate. We have a key and sound company secretarial and legal function. We have a key and sound CFO and risk component of the company. So from an assurance and reporting and making sure that the strategy of the company is scheduled, is reported quarterly, and is reported annually through our annual reports, that has always been consistent up to 24-25. Committee appointments and effectiveness of the board. Committee appointments and effectiveness of the board. As you go through our integrated reports, which are all available, Chairman, the disclosures of board evaluations are there. The disclosures talking about board attendance are there. Composition of the board, what respective committees we have, what matters were taken over current periods of reporting, they are always there. Number 12 is the legal claims of 17.9 million. For the period or the submissions we have made to this committee, Chair, these claims fall outside the period. But to answer the question, these are recent claims, Chairman. As you go through our PEC, we had acquired or been appointed to cover certain government projects. We had technical partners that we came with in terms of those projects. The reason why we find ourselves at 17.9 million is that these projects were coming from pilot and having now to be real-time projects. The pilots were paused through internal discussions through the various ministries that have given us these projects, and hence why we are seeing these claims. We have not paid out any claims. We have rebutted through the courts these claims, as we believe these are our technical partners and partners that we are aware of what is currently happening in Botswana. So some projects are no longer priorities and have been paused, and we are continuing to monitor this situation. Number 13 is the issue that we discussed of first in the industry. How did we lose this position? In terms of our USO obligation, our social mandate contract, we are still the first, and we're the only designated postal operator, and we have not lost that position. In terms of our core business, I've already discussed Korea, the lost position that we have lost in terms of Korea, and how we are intending on regaining that position. The mobile money, I've talked about our position as well in the market and how we're intending on growing that position. Agency, I still feel that we are one of the key players in terms of agency, DRTS, Bahudi, private players such as your Orange, such as your BTC, private players such as the insurance companies that pay their premiums through Botswana Post. We were one of the key players that informed or even built the business case for Botswana Savings Bank. So in terms of agency modeling, I still feel like we are one of the key players in the industry, and I don't think that we had lost that position. We are, of course, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, open to doing business with the public. We are open to doing business with private players. We've always been open to doing that. We are, however, a state-owned entity. Our procurement rules, our procurement act, they have their own red tapes. The ease of doing business with a parastatal is not easy as doing it with a private company. It has to go through legal, go through deputy, come to my office for it to be facilitated. So we are looking, this is why we are going the commercial aspect of having our own subsidiaries, for them to be running and to be competitive and to act with speed when it comes to business. Number 14, are we reliable relative to our competitors? And then what is our delivery? Chair, I will not shy away from saying that losing a market position talks to you being inefficient. It talks to your operations. It's something that we have looked at, as I've already explained in this forum. It's something that we've said we've invested in a system. We've also deployed an advanced system when it comes to customer service, an advanced system that also speaks to AI integration and data-led analytics to make sure that our customers are seen from one view. We have to appreciate our customers, be it retail, be it corporate, be it affinity groups. So just that appreciation of a customer. We have, in the last 2 months, also expanded on our business scorecard in terms of acquisition strategy. How do we retain our clients? How do we grow our clients? How do we ensure that we make sure that one client can cross-sell through Botswana Post products and our affiliate partners? We had answered question 15 with 9. We will go to question 16. Question 16, re-arabile in e bua lone ka di-rental and the efficiency of collection. So I believe that we've answered that question, Chairman. Number 17, DRTS monies. Has Post utilized any monies under DRTS? In our contracts, in any contracts that we have 30, 60-day, 90-day payment plans in terms of whatever contracts that we have. The statutory contracts, they only depositors' monies. The statutory contracts, they only the premium. Those that are statutory are high priority in terms of when do you reconcile those monies and return it to the client. We have on occasion delayed in paying DRTS, but we have always made sure that we pay DRTS in continued engagements with them. But we have per contract always obliged, and where we have not obliged, the contract obligations that are there in terms of late payments have always taken place. Number 18, community partnerships. If so, I think this is in terms of the buildings. I've explained that our regulator, BOCRA, through the user fund, is helping us expand our physical structures. Some of the postal offices that we are building now to date that we have reported in our executive summary and our detailed summary has shown that we do have funding partners that will help in situations where Botswana Post wa tlhaelelo. We have had communities such as Tati, communities such as the Mopani Mogodisani one, that has helped also in terms of funding, co-funding some of the projects that we have. Number 18. I think this was asked by Honorable Kwapa in the inconsistency of the statutory reporting. Safe chairperson for the 24-25 audit report, which was an issue of the cyber security incident. We have been consistent, sir, in terms of our reporting. I would like to put on record, are one of the leading parastatals when it comes to integrated reporting in Botswana and then sustainability disclosures. Number 19, areas we have not covered. I think this was coming from Honorable Joining Mabutai. The needs assessment, I've already explained how we do a needs assessment. I've already explained how we do a priority list. Kojwane Mabutani, we have about 2 offices there. Mabutani is old and it needs refurbishment. We have about OAP customers that are about 740 there. Ikageng clients that are about 1,742. So there is activity in areas where we do not have physical structures or kiosks. Most, as I've already mentioned, some of these numbers that we've mentioned, we take our cars, get into the rural areas and make sure that we offer our services directly, whether go to Kotling, whether door to door, available thing, and then we offer those services. But of course, it is always a continuous engagement. We will not reach every corner of the country, but we will try day by day. Number 20, delay in board of directors and who is responsible for the same. I believe, Honorable Chairperson, that question has been answered. Number 21, tied back to question 6 of the issue of the 59 million in the State Bank Trust account. That trust account was unreconciled monies at the time, and our CFO, the Department of Finance, audit have traced these monies and reconciled these monies. And as at March 2026, the amount that has not been reconciled from the 59 million is 7 million that we are continuing to reconcile and look into. Number 22, post office and Maposo. Chairman, of course, that's a security threat that we cannot avoid. We have partners, your VDC, the police, our partners, the community, our partners. In the modeling of Botswana Post, before Resela, Ronaba Bangwe, modeling what thing Unodimela or Maposo is such a key community player, and Maposo had to be always alive and next to where Posos operate. But of course, the security threat, where we are monitoring with the intelligence, we are monitoring with our security, our internal security and the intelligence community to make sure where they are exposed, we can have alternative measures for them. But so far, there's been few reported incidents where we will have break-ins go Bodin Kunta Maposo at the same time as having a break-in go Diposo. Thank you, Chairman.
Atamela bukutlonere terjeri follow up lnane ke botsetse pennyana tse tharo naga wa ke simola ka lona la ya ntha ke yona gore go le baga dilo tsa di cyber attack le widespread mo di SOE gore mathata a tswa mo ko kae ya bobedi ke batla go itse di top supplier tsa lona le tse 5 hela gore a gona le tsa Batswana mo teng le gore mo ngwageng tse 10 yo alkile la nna le gore structure mo eletseng le issue section 25 le gore a le dira yalo no go improve profitability le gore le na le case tse kae le babereki ba lona mo kganyeng tse unfair dismissal le gore di le kae di a thuso yang.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, through you, may the follow-ups and then. Okay, Chair. Thank you, Chair. The cyber attack, Chair, obviously is where the country is going in terms of digitalization, where companies are going in terms of now digitalization, investing in technology, competing, balancing technology and human aspect. So it's not a secret that Botswana is one country that has been divulged or protected from this, but where we are going in terms of heightened technology and what we're investing in, this is why the cyber attacks are coming, Chairperson. We need to take cyber security not as part and parcel ya gore ke IT control. It should have a strategy as you grow your technology strategy to have a cyber security strategy as well. Our top suppliers, yeah, I think I'll give the CFO Adimpe. Section 25 for the past 10 years. Section 25, widespread Section 25 was done when we did an amalgamation with Botswana Couriers, where competing roles, of course, you have to downsize where people had competing roles. So in terms of it affecting the operational efficiency at the time, there was just an issue of amalgamation. That was a government instruction. So it did not really tie into talking about efficiencies. But of course, it tied to a reduction in cost. I think at the time it was an 8% reduction in cost. Recently, we've done a management look around in terms of where we are trying to position Botswana Post. As I've mentioned, Botswana Post is moving to a more offensive and aggressive approach in terms of business acquisition, in terms of technology, and in terms of smart partnerships. So we have looked into realigning certain positions in the company, and this was done in accordance with the law. Chairperson, in terms of informal dismissals, in the report that we have here, we have about 3 cases of informal unfair dismissals and 1 of unfair retrenchment. The unfair retrenchment, 1 we have settled. The other ones that unfair dismissals are still ongoing in terms of that. Thank you, Chair.
I want this to come out very clearly. That point, we are losing money for Botswana Post. You acknowledged. How do you intend to make this business turn around to make money? If you are to be handed this business to run it as your own, what will you do different in order to make it make money? What are the red tapes? If no hosana selese, I would turn around this. I would like us to understand more customer confidence. I do not undermine your capability, but do you understand how difficult it is to bring back a client that is taken away by another competitor, which now is what you will have to fight in order to resuscitate this business? I'm still very doubtful. I hear you, you are number 1 in this and that and that. But the customer perception doesn't appear to be so. We seem to be living in 2 different worlds. You are doing great, but the public then, the customers, don't see you that. You will agree with me. There is only one thing that we have to acknowledge in order to make a positive change. First, you got to acknowledge your shortfalls. And those, the best indicators, comes from your customers, not how you see things, but from your customer's eye. Aurela gore Botswana Post, how we libile, o wana ile gore your customers by view the way we wana kating. I would have loved to reiterate and go back to the Botswana, because kahane di Botswana thing o kare ke dumela gore ne ke di tshwara me gongwe ke sa reng ka ne re di kgobokanyeditse tsotlhe ka nako engwe hela. I would have loved to interact with you. Me gongwe ke re Mzwenila take for the meantime. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Honorable Aaron, when it comes to customer perception, no one can be a guru. Our shortfalls, I've mentioned our shortfalls in terms of our operational efficiencies. When you look at any business that loses money or has perpetuated losses, then you have to say, what are the things that are happening within the business first? Do we take the business seriously? As the executives of the companies, as the workers of the companies? Do we have a one-view customer in terms of all the 10, 11 employees working at Botswana Post? Botswana Post offers a diverse number of services, where we'll have customer complaints in one area and where we'll have customer satisfaction in one area. To have a clear customer acquisition, whether you're offboarding the client or you are onboarding the client, or you are trying to retain the client, or you are trying to bring back the business that you have lost, you need to go back first to the data. You need to have honest conversation with our clients. It's easier to have conversation with the retail clients because those come in day to day and are on social media. The biggest question is the big contracts that we have lost that have talked to us losing our market position, especially in the certain key business areas that I've mentioned. So that's an ongoing stakeholder management exercise. That's a partnership arrangement and strategy that we have to deploy as Botswana Post. And also gaining that trust, that confidence. You need to demonstrate it now by coming into the market and showing where have you done the difference? Where are you intending to do the difference? So customer is very important at Botswana Post. But I believe that the way we have been doing it over the number of years, you can't lose this market space for this long, for a sustained period of time, and saying that you have been attending to customers the way customers are supposed to be attended to. Chairman, in terms of Rotuso Akai, our strategy is clear. We are going commercially. We are leaving Botswana Post as it is in terms of its social mandate, and now we are focusing on the commercial license. The commercial license speaks to the mobile wallet that I've talked about. It speaks to, it's a billion Pula-generated income stream. It speaks to Korea operating efficiently as a standalone business. It speaks to us also operating our real estate business. The numbers that I gave before, that I said it needs about 179, revenue of 30, payback period of 25 years at the maximum, paying about 12 to 15 million. That's an alternative stream of income. I've talked about us being an agency player and an aggregator in terms of the BTAP that is coming, whether we are invited to the table by government or we invite ourselves with strategic partners to be on the table. We've talked about the SMART objectives. We've talked about the government. I've talked about the government stack, where it needs to say it is bringing together all government services. There's no way that Botswana Post is not a conjoint of that. What we need to do is position ourselves as such make sure that we have robust systems, robust controls. We have a human capital asset that is ready and willing to take on this agency services. We have a shareholder and a board that is understanding of this articulation of growing and expanding the business. This calls for certain funding models when you move to the commercial space, whether equity participation, whether debt financing, or whatever structuring that we are going to be putting across. So we have to demonstrate, are we investor worthy? Are we worthy of going to financiers and put across business cases that are worthy to be tabled, that are worthy to be financed by the various financiers that are out there? And this is a project, as I've advised, that we are on a 2-year now transition strategy that has just recently been approved by the board to try and do this. Thank you, sir. Chairman, the question, top suppliers, G4S Consulting, Security Systems, Tebre, Orange, Botswana, and Vivo. And I believe these are 4 Botswana. Yeah. G4 Consulting, Security System, Tebre, Orange, Botswana, and Vivo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, CEO Muzwinila. I don't know, my background of being a trade unionist. That is why my interest is in the employee relationships and morale. Because also I believe staff morale is the engine of efficiency. And there is no way we can talk about efficiency, turnaround strategy, reason a motivated staff. Because not not only my belief, the underpaid and unappreciated way staff, they only do the bare minimum just to maintain compliance. They don't go a way out. And you have assured this committee where there is no misalignment between workers' qualifications and their remuneration package. You have assured us that, Agir.
Yes, sir.
And there are still some complaints that are there in your staff. Botswana Post. My question is, when was the last independent job evaluation or remuneration alignment exercise conducted at Botswana Postal Services? That's the question. And as I interacted with workers, received the feed from your workers, I came across, you have classified your duty stations. I don't know whether it's true or not. Duty station. Mo Gaborone aya go mo ha letse mo koloi yalo mo station e sa gagwe gore ha le mo koloi ya tsama ke mo ka le mo ke yone tiro ya hiretswe ke mo ka le mo the work station. I'm not sure whether I make sense. Gore la re ha le mo koloi a tsama a kgwetsa jalo I am not entitled to any other remuneration because he's already in his workstation. O hiretswe go kgwetsa. Ke mo ka le mo office ya go ena o ntse hela ga ya gope o mo office ya gagwe. Is that true? E gore ha tswa ya mao o mo koloi o mo office ya gagwe. Ga tse sepe. The other question, ke go lebega ikete your cashiers or the desktop officers ba lona ba harologana thata le ba di company tse dingwe bo BPC, Tswana Telecommunication, this other state-owned enterprise. Ke ba lona bone ke batho hela ba zamelwa hela ga bana a clear pay package ye tsamelana le the other counterparts. I think I'm making sense.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, we have a bands 1 to 10 at Botswana Post. 1 to 5 are unionized. 6 upwards are considered a management cadre, which is very few or maybe close to 250 of them. By virtue of there being a union, anything to do with employee relations, employee rights, human capital policies, wellness policies that are there, that are negotiated through that forum. Even when you look at the cases before court, when it comes to Botswana Post, we are not an employer that is always at the labor relations office. We have, through the time that we amalgamated with Korea, we looked at staff catch-up in terms of salaries, where people were in the same band, but maybe coming from Korea, or they were not catching up in terms of certain allowances. We have done a salary survey. I think it was about 3 years ago. I can confirm and put it in writing, or ask my colleagues to verify the year in terms of that. Realignment exercise, we have done about 3-4 realignment exercises since 2015 to the latest one that we have done. But in all of these, there are partners in place. There's an engagement with our shareholder. There's an engagement with the board. There's an engagement with the union. And then there's an engagement with staff. The last engagement survey we did, staff engagement survey we did, I think was in 2024, where the matrix of that was about 56% staff engagement. And those speak to issues of, does your staff understand your strategy? Does it understand where you are going? Is it involved in the decision-making of the business? Do they feel involved in the business decision-making? Those, I think, are one of the key things that we need to put focus on in terms of making sure that bottom-up approach is allowed, participation by employees in terms of the direction of where the company is going is encouraged. Job evaluations have been done, and as I've said, the rewards alignment have been done. In terms of year on year, depending on the performance of the company, in terms of any rewards matrices that we put, is always approved at board and engaged with the union through the union by going through our financials, by going through our business performance, and understanding where the business is going. Training of our staff is something that we take seriously. As we talk about the front desk officers, Botswana Post has resilient employees, demonstrated post-COVID. During post-COVID, has been demonstrated as well through the cybersecurity. I would not like to believe that they are doing the bare minimum. And you take a CSA or a direct-facing officer, their skills are top-notch in terms of qualifications. They are open trading for insurance. They are doing agency banking. They are doing fintech services across the counters. So they've been trained enough. The question is, are we bringing enough to them in terms of business? Are we challenging them? And that, I think, in terms of engagement, is what Botswana Post needs to self-introspect on and put more effort at. The duty station classification, ya di driver. Yo ga ke tlhaloganye sentle mogolo wa me, a duty station is a duty station. When you are driving from one point to another, you are driving from one point to another because you are just driving a vehicle. And the normal processes of wellness in terms of accommodation, in terms of imprest, or in terms of the wellness that is needed for you to even occupy the car. Is it roadworthy? Is it according to the standards that we have agreed on with yourself as a driver in terms of our delivery times, in terms of the post that you need to go? So a duty station never changes. It doesn't change or at a duty station. Remember, these are protected employees in terms of the union coverage as well. Thank you.
Maybe, I don't know whether I made it clear. Or it doesn't, I can't change that over la komau. Kore se ki ne ki batla go si gatella ke gore go lebega ikete kana magato ya re a utwang ke a gore ha ke re ha motho ha tswa mo duty station ja ka tswa a based mo mau gore ke o nna mo ga borone kore ha ya ko mau o is off duty station a gere tsantse re motse gore o dule mo duty station ya gagwe gona le he has to attract certain
I understand the
benefits.
Yes.
Jano lona ka ha go lebe ga re utwang ka teng e ke twa lona mmereki ga tsena mo koloi a go deliver kwa nya ga wa transfer e bile ga ya go pe o se tsole yo ke yone tiro e hiretswe you don't attract anything extra.
Yeah, Honorable. Yeah, I had the question. Yeah, me ga wa nalo, Honorable. I think we would have had a tough day at court with the union if there was ever to be such cases. If you're a driver, there are certain compensation that is given to a driver in terms of your duty and what is expected of the allowable allowances that you would have contracted le Botswana Post.
Yeah, mine will be in relation to the 287 million losses. My question is, you have indicated that universal services contribute to those losses. Can you break down the amounts concerned, recognizing that the losses of the 287 million cannot be sustained by the government? And the other question that I've got is in relation to the robbery that occurred, I think it's 2 months back in Francistown, Town Post Office, where one of your employees is being prosecuted. My question in that one is, who takes care of those losses? I understand more than 300,000 was stolen. So who takes care of those losses? I want to know if it's you, the government, or what. You'll tell me who takes care of those losses. And lastly, Honorable Chair, Botswana Post installed post boxes in Block 8 in front of the yards there in Block 8. Have these boxes ever been used? I know you wanted to copy the Zimbabwean style, and they'd worked nicely. So I want to know if here in Block 8, has it ever worked? Or we just put those boxes there, and up to now, nothing has ever happened on them. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chairman.
Lastly, I just want to know maybe the amount that was used on those in installing those boxes in Block 8. Okay. Maybe you can just estimate if you are not sure of the amount that was used. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Through you, Chair. Honorable, may you please repeat the 287 million losses question?
No, you indicated, Honorable Chair, that universal services contributed to those losses. So my question is, can you break down the amounts concerned? Okay. Yeah, the amounts concerned, recognizing that the losses of that money cannot be sustained by the government.
Okay. Thank you, through you, Chair. Chairperson, I'll start with the installation of post boxes at block 7 and block 8. Chairman, that project is one of the misconceptions that is there, and it's a repeated question that keeps coming from Parliament. That project was a land administration procedure, capacity and systems under the Ministry of Lands, facilitated by local government at the time. That project was about 6 million. It was an installation of boxes and individual houses, and Botswana Post was just there to facilitate. So they do not, much as the branding here, Botswana Post, they do not, where Botswana Post was coming in, was then to deliver, but it was a project that was taken by Lands, Ministry of Lands and Local Project at the time, that did not take off fully to what they wanted to do at the time. We have engaged previously with the stakeholders because it's a question that is almost every year it comes up in terms of, are we removing the post boxes? Because in terms of delivery matrix, we still offer those delivery services to those post boxes, but a committal from this respective ministry, especially of lands, has not come through. The robbery at the town, Honorable, of course, it's a matter that is still before the police. We are managing it through that. But of course, it speaks to issues of fraud. It speaks to the economic situation that we are in. How are we educating our employees who are handling cash? How do we mitigate through human capital to understand and say the employees that are front-facing and cash handling, that are of a certain, I'll say, fit for purpose to be in those positions. So it's an unfortunate event there. It's still being investigated. Because we are a cash handling company, usually we engage our insurance companies in terms of any losses that are to do with that situation. The 87 million losses. We have had a gap. Initially, I was talking about the USO gap between our commercial license and then the USO license. Chairman, Honorable, yes. This is a question that is also an engagement that I'm having with the shareholder in our board. How to utilize and deal with the situation of USO. But in the years that we have audited and the unaudited ones, we have had a USO gap of about 40 million in 2022, 2 million in 2023, 88 million in 2024, 105 million in 2025. Now, our ministry, at end of the year, when we do the auditing, remember I've said that this is an amount that is paid in arrears, will confirm and say this is the amount that we are looking at. There are about 4 factors that we are still engaging with our ministry in terms of cost allocation or some of the costs that we give when it comes to USO. And so because it's an open subject, we are still waiting to finalize it with our shareholder, but that is what informs the question of saying USO contributes to the losses that we've made over those periods. Thank you, Chair.
Yes. No, good is it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, we have some follow-ups. The annual reports this more platform for the public, the The other one, it relates to the board of directors. The only period that you remember, only 5 months listen at the board of directors. That has been disturbed by puso. And I think it happened in year 2024. We are in 2026. This board of directors, even to date. So that is the answer. 5 months. Ha ke ne ke botsa ka go isa ditlamelo le ditirelo tsa lona ko bathong no tla o mention a khanya bagodi o bua ka di service tsa DRTS and the like putswa me hela ne le motlhofo ya gone gore on your way to mahelo a leng gore a tsana diposo ha le hita mahelo teng hela jaaka go diragala le tsimo ga borone jaaka mokauleng wa mo parlamenteng tsa botsa gore e ka re gona le some kiosks gona le ha itlhele le di box teng ga ileng goreng gongwe jaaka no bua gore gongwe le lona le tsamela go gore le ska tlholela le these fiscal structures ke batla go itse gone gore one a ha batho ba ga ba ikagela bone hela ka gore ke utlwa bua ka dipalo gore le lebile dipalo tse leng gore ha re bua ka palo ya batho le bua ka bo 5,000 but batla go itse mo mahelong a le gore dipalo tsone ha re ke ra gore go 5,000 it cannot happen overnight gore be re iphitlhele gongwe dipalo tsa dikgaolo tse di tshwanang le tsone tse ne ke bua ka jone mabutsana jalo ke batla go itse gore ha kole ya lona ya go hitang teng a ha batho ba ikagetse ka lenano le ba ka ikagelang ka lone a le ka khona le ne le hita ho le ba ha service gona le seemo sa gompieno sentse le se dira jaaka ntse le re go se ba le sutele mo di officing le thuse ba golo mo mahelo mang ke batla go itse gore a la khona go dirisa tsone di kago tse le gore batho ba ka di ikagela kana jang e le potso e ke batlang go itse sentle ya bobedi e bena gone gore ba go di kana da just all over ga ba mo ditropong le batho gona le nano le lengwe la ga government la rural development program e leng gore ke ipotsa gore lona le ba BOTSWANA Post ekete le santse le itshwareletse mo kganyeng ya section 71 ya Bokra Act gone gore santse tlana maele ka idile a ga le bone gore go mo gongwe go silwe ke dinako ga le bone gore di company tse dingwe tsone tsa di Korea company jalo le ba ileng gore gongwe ba ka batla go iteisenya borothana ga le bone ba tla le hela ba le tsela dipoelo tse leng gore ke dumela gore gongwe ntse le di akola mo mahelong gongwe ke name ke emehela gone ho ka gore ke batla ke go tlhalosetse ke kana banana hela jaaka ba go le bone they are just all over these places ba tla go dirisa di service tsa lona mo eleng goreng ya ka ne ke bua mahelo ana a tshwana le bo jwaneng a jwane le mabutsana mo kgaolong yana mabutsana re na le challenge ya ditsela mo eleng goreng go nna ntse go iwa go accessa di service tsa lona say for instance go ne go jwaneng go ba bagolo ba rona at risk ka lebaka la gore ba emela go dikgaolong ka lebaka la gone gore a gona dipa ba go tlhola go jwaneng and go mo a go be seemo sa bone sentle ke ipotsa gore le dira eng ka gone ke a leboga Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Kwapa. Honorable Kwapa, ka Setswana, the annual report tsa rona di teng mo website ya rona. To the last integrated report before 24-25. We've always availed our annual reports, and they've always been there available in those platforms. Hey, I can check, I say. Thank you. Board of Directors. We have always had Board of Directors, even at the change. At the time of the change, the issue was the quorum. At bare minimum, the quorum was supposed to be 5. At the time of the change, it was 3 Board of Directors, with the situation, I think, was resolved within 4 or 5 months. Yeah, 4 or 5 months. And that was that time. To date, we've had a correct board and correct committees that are functioning and efficient. Service to the people, the agencies, the kiosk. we are an agile, and we would like to believe that we want to be an agile business. I think where Bahudi kana motse wa community e tlang e be re ikagetse and re batla go kgobokanafa and design services tsa rona go neha is not something that a company can be rigid enough to say it will not be able to accommodate such a request. RDP, we're talking about policy change as well. Ki dumela, I think board ya ga dumela le shareholder, le how where the government is right now in the economy. I think there should be a policy change. We do have these assets, physical assets. We do have this human capital assets that we cannot just dispose of. We do have a mixed batch in terms of customers of Bahudi Barona, as a government, the underserved, the underbanked, those that are considered not to be commercially viable for businesses to go. We still have to provide those services, but what we need to do, as I've mentioned, is diversify our service offerings at those stations. We need now to make sure that even from a logistics perspective, we're making sure that even our logistics are smart and sound and competitive. We need also to make sure that we leverage, as I've said, our technology. For banana, banana renally digital channels, Sabone, saying offer all services across. We have a mobile wallet loan if banana those opportunities to trade in finance. We have our POSTAL app and DigiPost, saying let's on they offer all services across BOTSWANA Post. Mohudi is a special client. We at the time used to have opportunity where Mohudi ne re khona mo fa karata e ba lebala pin ya gagwe kana wana bola pin e ba tsa pin ya gagwe. So right now we have an authentication system that is a dual authentication system e re hore ha ba teng Mohudi ana le pin ana le eng a tobetsa e ba re madi a gagwe a teng. Further, when you provide certain services, advanced services, let's say to a career Bahudi, karata ina li charges ayone. Transactional account alone ina li charges ayone. Mohudi ha gore ke na le 1.8 means ke na le 1.8. So we are continuing with our client, social protection ya Bahudi, to say how best do we serve Bahudi. But behavior ya Bahudi, as of across the years, there is a way that they want to be paid to protect them as well, to offer security to them as well. For banana, I think the digital channel set that we provided that I've mentioned, it covers banana. Thank you.
Mo how do ka di report mo website ya lona e go ha kae ka re ra search ya na re kgone go bona. Le potso e nngwe ya bohelo ka
Thank you, Chair. It's just on the management of title deeds. The audit revealed that BOTSWANA Post did not possess title deeds for several of their properties. And they've been quoting Lihututu, Soronga, and Tente, and others. So I just wanted to appreciate if this has been rectified, because it's very critical for proof of ownership, so that it could basically be included in the financial statements.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair. This has been a repeat on the audit finding here, the external in terms of the management letter issues. So what happened is ownership to assets and then now becomes the issue of how do you take that and transfer it more mining BOTSWANA Post. So for those that were identified where the ownership was a little bit of a problem, there were about 6-8 that we had offered purchase purchase offers. We've offered purchase offers. They've been accepted, and we are paying those purchase offers and every one and transferring. So that should be a situation that I think falls off, whether to be closed in this coming management letter or the next one, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, na me potso me.
Sorry, Chair. Under downloads, our website, yeah, Botswana Post is where the integrated report and annual reports are. Under downloads, my website in Yaron.
Yeah, under downloads. Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, Botswana Post, www.botswanapost.post. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm kiosk because Otonota no only junction at TNT. So in our Mongwaka tuba, then that's a way they were hella monetary. What's well over America's carry. It's in Habas ranking cover Yaka no super Kewata meets a ditiro over tone, the Hokotsa Musuke longer or not the more monetary. Like as a saka siki hono one of Aika Siki or Habas ranking come consent your gallo hatching.
Thank you, Honorable. Koto nota hona le musuka sukelwa di vendors. I think happy ha haposo. Hona le issue hape ya di counter tsa teng le tsone di ne sa lekane. When you look koto nota, we have OAPs bagodi ba le 143 rena le ba ikageng ba le about 3.2. So there is traffic hona hale. Tonota was one of the earmarked strategic ones. Saying over ne re bata go di thabolla re di dira sort of a more, but how level Tonota stretches at thing hona no malls are upcoming and upshooting hona hale. So it's still one demo development planning ya rona, depending on how we are going to finance it, that we had identified to refurbish or to relocate hona hale, rebuild se circus few and safe. Yeah.
I think hona le dipotso tso sa di arabang. I think wa arabile potso e one hela ene ke buditse. Ene bua ka have you accounted for all the money collected for motor vehicle renewals? Le gore a madi a teng transferred back to the government. O no sa ya arab. Ke be ke botsa gape gore a mme madi at any point hona le a le kileng la dirisa teng for your operational cost. Le gore a go ka ha molao mgasko o di touches on itseng. And then ene ke go botsa ka gore a poso e khona go partnera le community, ne ke sa re the private sector, ne ke ra the community like bo di VDC. Hale aga poso ya that side ne le supile gore le dirile thulaganyo le partnera le community bentsha madi about 2 million a CCP gore le khone go tsweledisa project. Hale snona le hitsa project ya lona, and then e be le phuaganya community le busa madi a tembeke le supa gore melao ya lona ga e lete gore le ka partnera le community. Gonemo ga go a batsa sente go thelile go ba utse bothoko, and ke kopa gore le dire an apology letter to them, because ha ile gore molao wa lona ga o lete. Potso ke gore ke eng le ne le tsena mo thulaganyong ya gore le partnera le bone le ntse le itse gore melao ya lona ga e lete. Ke a leboga.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Thank you, Honorable Furniture. DRTS. We talked about contract management. I've talked about statutory contracts where it's in the premium or deposits, where it's under statute or in terms of movement of monies. Some of our contracts, 30-day, 60-day, 90-day plans, or 120-day plans, depending on how you structured contract thing. And DRTS is not an exception. Any late payment, DRTS loan, follow our contract. But in terms of DRTS, yes, sir, we repay ha re faultileng teng, we engage with our partner in order to rectify. Ne ke arabile hela lo se. In terms of partnership, le tati, accept gore re tshwanetse ra boela ko motseng re go kopa maitshwarelo to bagolwane e le gore go na le kutlobotlhoko e re ba ikhoseditseng. The issue ya ko tati, as I have indicated, for example, the user fund ya Bokra e kgona go tlhabolla e be ragela diposo. Where there are governance issues, how to manage the property, usage ya property ya teng ra go dira yang, how to anchor tenants in that property, really bile gore mo posong re ka tsa di hlalano dingwe tse re reng re rana diposo tsa rona ka teng. I think that was one of such a situation that I think should have been avoidable at the very beginning. Haraba puaganya cause re ba file molo mme re ba puagantse ha ka tlhalosa gore kena me gore ra tlhalosa mo go tseneletseng mo go tlhaloganyang o tlile go lebela ba go mo jarateng o e tlhalosa gore go diragetse yang, and it's something that we will take note of and take back with us and execute an action plan around that, sir.
Teno ka re di buile ra leboga ke kopa go neela honorable Arone go le leboga mo boemong ba komiti o leboga kwa bua tentele na go ile re mola ile.
Dumelang ta ke tse nako e ke go leboge honorable chair gore a bompile nako gore ke leboge re Muzenila le ba lekoko la gagwe re lebogela gore a be le kgonne go taletsong ya rona, re lebogela gore a be le kgonne go nna le an interactive session le rona go araba dipotso le ha nako ya teng yone ne le khutshwane mme ga se ko senthe sa lona ke nako gate maba ke nako ne re eleditse gore ngwe ne re ka nna le nako e rileng le lona mme ke re ka jalo ke re le ka moso gape betso. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Ra tea breaking ha re tswa ko tea breaking go tsena BMC. Botswana Meat Commission. Good morning again, and welcome to the Standing Committee on Statutory Bodies and State Enterprises. My name is Honorable Arafat Khan from Lepola North. I'm the chairman of this committee. I would like to give my committee members to introduce themselves.
Modulastilo. My name is Tlhabologo Furniture. Ke leloko la committee yone ke mo Parliament wa Tati East.
Dumelang. Ke bidwa Gaefeles Dombo. Ke leloko la committee ke mo Parliament wa Tonota.
Good morning. Kibidwa Mpimetse Kwapa, Member of Parliament for Johnny Mabutsane. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Jeremiah Jerry Frenzel, Member of Parliament for Shashe West, comprising villages Sabo, Matangwane, Jamataka, Libuburulu, and Shashe Muke. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Is it morning? Honorable Chair. Good morning, everybody. Ki Biliwa Caterpillar, Kaina Ngura Hikwama, Member of Parliament for Mau West, and a member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Takili Dumedise Lotebeso, Kibidua Phil Aaron. I'm a member of Parliament for Ngami and a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning. Kibidwa Tebo Senior from the Office of the Auditor General. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Dimela, Kibidwa Samuel Diani from the Office of Accountant General.
Good morning. Kibidwa Rapalandis Nkau from Attorney General.
Good morning, Bagaetsu Dumelang. Kibidwa Dr. Ami Masuku, I'm Parliamentary Counsel.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Mfila. I'm Director Parliamentary Services, but I'm here as the second secretary of this committee.
Good morning. My name is Khamang Olibele. I'm the technical advisor to the committee.
Lastilo, ke bidwa tiro ya one mo nthuse more wa kwena ke mongwe wa bakwaledi ba komiti yone mo Parlamenteng ya Botswana. Ke a leboga.
And I invite the BMC representative to introduce themselves.
Good morning, bon honorable Toteri. Nna ke bidwa Mabasotho Tibe, the acting chief executive officer for Botswana Meat Commission. Substantially, I'm also the chief financial officer, so I'm also. And then on my left, Kere Samuel Sehotso. He's our internal audit manager. And then on my far left, Kime Zivo Marobela. She's our board secretary and the legal counsel of Botswana Meat Commission. Maybe like Botswana Meat Commission group, because I believe we are here to present a group. Thank you.
Let me remind witnesses that proceedings are held under oath. We have been summoned to give evidence before this Parliamentary Committee on Statutory Bodies and State Enterprises. The evidence you will give before this committee will be on oath or affirmation and must be truthful in terms of the oath or affirmation you shall take before the giving of your evidence. You have the option to swear to oath on the Bible by putting your left hand on the Bible and with your right hand raised, declare as follows, or you may opt to make an affirmation if you object to the first oath and declare as follows. What I indicate gore na o batla efe?
Ke tla kopa ya Bible.
Kopa o eme ka dinao. I, full names,
Mabasotho Tibe,
do hereby swear that
do hereby swear that
the evidence I shall give before this committee
the evidence I shall give before this committee
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing else but the truth.
and nothing else but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I,
Samuel Sohotso,
do hereby swear that
do hereby swear that
the evidence I shall give before this committee
the evidence I shall give before this committee
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing else but the truth.
and nothing else but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. I
Zibo Marobela,
do hereby swear that
do hereby swear that
the evidence I shall give before this committee
the evidence I shall give before this committee
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing else but the truth.
and nothing else but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On behalf of this Statutory Bodies Committee, I welcome BMC to this committee. Your attendance is highly appreciated. Please note that the examination is part of our Parliament's oversight responsibility. As a result, we welcome your cooperation and thoughtful responses to the members of this committee. I'm now going to invite the accounting officer to present her executive summary. Please limit your presentation to key issues and highlights on the mandate of BMC Group, financial performance, governance, auditors' reports, BAWA, PPRA, and other regulators' reports. Ke a go neela 15 minutes gore o dire presentation ya gago e be ke neela mapalamente gore ba botse dipotso tse ba nang le tsone. Ke nako ya gago.
Thank you, Honorable. We shared the presentation, I would say the extract of our performance in the form of a presentation that I'll be making. We'll start off over and above reaffirming our understanding of the BMC mandate. We'll also share information on our structure, the challenges that affect BMC as a group, what we are doing to address such challenges, more so that some of the subsidiaries are registered or incorporated in foreign jurisdiction and have been dormant for quite some time, which in our view might have led to the grey listing of Botswana because of what had transpired in the past. I'll also provide an overview of our operations, where I'll also share some insights regarding our market positioning, the critical success factors that make BMC what it is today, the challenges that have recently erupted, and how we plan to address such challenges, even though a lot is still to be validated, but just to provide a framework and assurance of the fact that as BMC, we are awake to the current challenges and provide some insights on our strategic direction, being the main strategy being the Tuo Kumo, how it intends to change the lives of Botswana or contribute to the economic development of Botswana. So the presentation, as already shared, will be providing an overview of BMC performance over the 5-year period from 2021 to 2025. I must upfront report that the 2025 financial results are not yet audited because our year end is December and the audit is ongoing, and therefore the performance as we shared is the performance as at December but not yet audited. However, I just want to give the committee the comfort that the results as they are, because the audit is just about to be finalized, the results will not very different from, we expect them not to be very different from what we have already shared. The review period represents a pivotal phase in the history of the Commission, having recorded losses over the past 4 years, with 2021 being even worse because the balance sheet was also in the negative. We can say that the 2021 was also affected by, it was a year, the aftermath of COVID. And I believe the committee understands the operations of BMC. The moment you talk about there is nothing that BMC can do. It meant that the operations are negatively impacted. It's a period characterized by significant external pressures and structural challenges. Structural challenges in the sense that, like I said, you continue to have dormant subsidiaries, and because of the legislative provisions of those entities, BMC continued paying tax even for, I would say, what would otherwise be loans that could have been written off, because we had situations where subsidiaries were granting the parent company being the BMC Lobatse loans. So these are some of the structural issues that we are currently addressing. Is also covering a period of evolving market demands and compliance requirements. As you know, just before the FMD, the main market for BMC was the EU market, with very strict compliance requirements. I know a lot of people's questions are that, why place emphasis on one particular market? A market, is an alternative market if it can provide alternative value. But if it's a market that is not able to provide certainty over supply, that cannot take the product at the prices that the other market is taking, that is not organized. For us, we believe that is a market that is still being developed. And as we provide more insight as to how are we positioning ourselves to address those market dynamics, the committee will appreciate why only of recent it will look like we are now placing more emphasis on regional market. The other thing is that the main bottleneck, the determining factor, is the availability of product. Is the market that is offering you best return can take all your produce? Definitely there is nothing remaining that you can offer to the alternative market. It's only now that we are engaging intensively to see whether we can get that. The foot and mouth disease outbreak, although it's happening now, we also had FMD outbreaks in 2020, 2022 in 6B. That also continuously disrupt the BMC operations. The question that can come to one's mind is, if that is a recurring phenomenon, what are you doing as BMC? And as I discuss about our business model, I will be touching base on that, including what we are trying as of recent, getting international insurance from international market to cover for the FMD. But BMC, I must assure the committee that BMC continued to discharge its national mandate under complex operating conditions, although a lot could have been done if certain things could have been addressed in the past. So our presentation is providing highlights on both achievements and shortcomings of our performance, because we also took some time to review what is it that we could have done differently to avoid what has transpired in the past. It recognizes progress made, lessons learned, and areas requiring continued intervention and policy support. We are taking policy support because when you look at performance in the prior years, 2021, 2022, where we had live cattle exports, that speaks to the policy direction. We need to reflect as a country to say, was that the right policy? Was that the right policy? We understand that during that time, BMC was struggling to pay farmers. And as the government tried to balance the need to have an alternative market for farmers' produce, we also have to reflect on who are the beneficiaries, because not every Motswana benefited from the live cattle export. But we are happy because that's something that has been resolved, and we hope it shall be maintained as such. The objective of today's presentation is to demonstrate our accountability. Where we failed, we'll accept our shortcomings and also be transparent as we do that. It also to provide clarity on our strategic direction, because many times people don't really understand what BMC is, especially around even issues of the group structure. As BMC, we reaffirm our commitment to a constructive engagement with yourselves, and will be open to any recommendations that will strengthen the agricultural sector. We'll also want to commit our commitment to ensuring that the agricultural value chains are strengthened. I believe the two projects are testament to that, being the Tannery Revitalization Project and the Value Addition and Secondary Processing Plant, the two that have been funded by the shareholder. And we also reaffirm our continued support to farmers to ensure that the rural livelihoods are maintained or improved. In terms of the BMC mandate, we take our mandate from the BMC Act of 1965, which also define the mandate of BMC as both commercial and also developmental. In terms of commerciality of the mandate, this is where it speaks to the requirement for BMC to ensure that we get appropriate markets that will pay farmers the right prices. We do understand that for a very long time, people believe that BMC is a monopoly. I stand here today to say, while it might look like BMC is a monopoly locally, BMC is competing with the world out there. And therefore, whatever we do, we are guided by the commercial requirements within the markets where we operate. In terms of our developmental mandate, the Act requires that BMC provide developmental initiatives that will ensure that farmers also develop. I would say that the latest attempt of BMC, I think, is the tripartite arrangement, the Majai Korosa, that unfortunately did not go on. But that was to ensure that an ordinary Motswana is also able to benefit from the EU prices. Because when you talk about the pricing of cattle, we do accept that there is disparity. What was previously, I would say previously, because now everything is destined for other markets, you'll have the products that were destined for EU, and the EU prices were higher than the prices that we paid for what was classified as other market. At this point, I don't want to touch on the Transition Act because it's not yet of 2019, because that one positions BMC into a corporatized entity. But because it has not yet come into act, allow me not to touch on it. In terms of this mandate, I would say that BMC provides or is able to provide, it has a responsibility that can be classified as social impact. We provide economic livelihood to a large proportion of small-scale farmers. And to this, I want to say that 80% of our produce is coming from small producers. Although ultimately, because of the market dynamics, the bulk of what ultimately gets supplied to the EU market or the better paying market comes from commercial farmers. These are the farmers who procure their cattle from the communal or small-scale farmers. We also have a mandate, or we contribute to national employment. The sector accounts for approximately 30% of the country's total direct and indirect employment. I know that this employment sector is not very coordinated. And on the side of the economic impact, we believe that as BMC, we are contributing to economic diversification. We are also, as of last year, I think we were the main foreign exchange earners, being able to earn or generate 3 million euros on a weekly basis. Had it not been for FMD this year, the target was to do 5 million euros on a weekly basis. That was definitely going to transform the agricultural sector. We do acknowledge that our contribution to GDP is there is still a lot that can be done, but that should be looked at in different angles, because if you look at the statistics, the trade statistics, we do not have a specific code that records exactly the processed beef, because I think it gets reported under other things. But should that be changed, we believe we would see an improvement in the contribution. I now want to talk a little bit about the market segmentation. In terms of the market that we play in, we've classified it 3 specific markets. We have those markets that are price-driven. We have those markets that are quality-driven. And then lastly is the welfare-driven kind of markets. But as for BMC, we believe ourselves is both quality and welfare-driven. So if we were to ask what's the difference between the price-driven market and the market BMC is participating in, the main differentiating factor is the use of technology in the price-driven market segment. And the other one is the use of hormones. As you all know, BMC, we pride ourselves with the supply of products that are grass-fed. And I want to state that ours is not there is no feedlotting. And allow me to explain why we say it's no feedlotting. What we are currently seeing in Botswana is finishing. In the true sense, feedlotting, if you compare with how these markets define feedlotting, this is where you have zero grazing and the animal is just fed whatever they will be fed. But in our particular case, like I have said, 80% would come from the small producers who have been exposed to grazing. And then for a period of about 30 to 90 days, that's when you do the finishing. So that's the type of the feedlotting that BMC is doing. But if you look at the international well, that's finishing, not feedlotting. In terms of the BMC corporate structure, I want to say that in the past, BMC had lots and lots of subsidiaries, and most of them have been closed because they are dormant or they are no longer serving the purpose for which they were established. The only ones that are still, I'll speak to the only subsidiaries that are still existent or operational. We have the BMC, the main BMC, which is made up of Lobatse and Maung. And then we also have Lobatse Leathers. Lobatse Leathers is a company that was incorporated. And then through the Lobatse Leathers, there were other subsidiaries called Allied Meat Insurance and Botswana Meat Industry. BMI and AMI, the other one was incorporated in Ganzi, when the other one was incorporated in Cayman Islands. And under these two subsidiaries, we also have the active subsidiary in South Africa being the Table Bay Cold Storage, which is facilitating our exports because we are predominantly using the sea freight. I want to report that in 2024, we managed to close out the one that was, I would say, is it a joint venture or a company owned by Botswana, Namibia, and the former distributing company, which was called GPS Norway. Now, at this stage, that subsidiary, which was entrusted with the responsibility of marketing, sales and marketing, has successfully been liquidated. We are in the process of liquidating BMI and AMI, and for us to liquidate those two, we are transferring Table Bay Cold Storage so that it comes directly under Botswana Meat Commission. And finally, we have the Mainline Carriers. Mainline Carriers is a company previously, it was mandated with the responsibility of providing transportation for the cattle, and also it has a number of commercial land or commercial properties. Previously, the Caltex filling station, that's the facility that is owned by a Mainline Carrier, and is a no, how many minutes?
15.
It's in 50. 2. My apologies. Okay. 50. Okay. And then we also have the one that is doing marketing in UK, which is BMC UK. Maybe allow me to go straight because other things are standard things as to what's happening in terms of the board, how are we constituted. We do have a board, but I want to report that we continuously execute our mandate with a board that is not fully constituted. We still have 4 vacancies available. So in terms of the financial performance, allow me to start with the income statement. BMC has reported significant growth between 2021 and 2025. 2021, our total revenues for the whole year were sitting at 206 million. When you compare that with what we achieved in 2025, we managed to achieve 1 billion worth of revenues. In terms of cost also, the total cost, the bulk of the cost of BMC are fixed. Therefore, we continue to incur costs irrespective of the reduced activity levels. Because in prior years, because of the live export, the throughput was very, very compromised. But we continued incurring the fixed cost. In terms of profitability, I want to report that in 2021, BMC reported losses of more than 115. And for the 4 years up until 2024, BMC was still reporting losses. Say for 2025, where we have reported, will be reporting a marginal profit because of our high cost of borrowing. But if you were to look at our operating profit, we reported operating profit of more than 50 million. In terms of 2024, the net, because those were the audited financials, the total net loss was 198 million. Another peculiar situation, when you look at the financial position, in 2021, the balance sheet was negative, as reflected by a total equity of 170 million, while that has since been reversed, as evidenced by our total equity, as in 2025, is sitting at 200 million. I want to report, before I emphasize on the balance sheet, BMC is not getting subventions. BMC is only getting subventions as per the presidential directive of 2018 to support Maung. At that time in 2018, the idea was that the performance of Lobatse should not be impacted by the losses made by Maung. And for that, to that effect, a subvention of around 23 million on an annual basis is granted to support the Maung plant. 23 million for the whole year. Issued at around 5 point something per quarter. But because of the current financial difficulties, even the way we are receiving it is not very, you can't estimate when we are going to get it. And that results in Maung being supplemented or financed by Lobatse. And that is creating a serious challenge when we are in this current situation. I also want to report that in terms of our ratios, we are noting some improvements. Profitability from 1% in 2020, a gross profit margin of 1% in 2021. That clearly shows you that there was no way that BMC could cover its operations. But if you look at 2025, we achieved a gross profit margin of 23%. Our gearing ratio in 2021 was sitting at 167%. This I want to report to this committee. I'm happy you are with the Auditor General. We also have 3 government loans. Looking at the Auditor General's report, those 3 government loans were restructured and BMC was given grace period of 2 years. And as at the end of 2023, they were not in default because we were still going through the grace period. But it's sitting at 368 million. When you look at our financials, because we adhere to the financial reporting standards, those are reported at more than 466, because we had to recognize the benefit coming from the reduced interest that comes with the shareholder loans. Yeah. So I just want to emphasize that for the past 5 years, though in terms of performance, BMC had not recorded very good performance. In terms of audit reports, BMC has never had qualified audit opinions. So we also expect the 2025 audit to come unqualified. We do recognize that there are some operational inefficiencies emanating from the fact that our plants are aged. You look at the Maung plant, is aged. You look at the Lobatse plant, is also aged. Although we are in the process of looking at or rehabilitating the 2 plants so that productivity or operational efficiencies are improved. In terms of new markets, allow me not to say a lot. I can just assure the committee that our performance in 2025 were driven by maybe 3 or 4 factors. One is the price that we managed to get from the international markets. We introduce what you call competition tension through auctioning of our products. Therefore, we've seen in 2025 our selling prices increasing to very competitive prices as at the end of 2025. Unfortunately, under the current situation, the markets that we are currently trying to explore, we cannot expect to get similar price range, and therefore, even our pricing of cattle is definitely going to change, because we can't continue buying at 58 pula per kg when the market that we will be supplying will not be buying at the same prices. In terms of our strategic direction, we have a 3-year strategy called Tuokumo. That is the strategy that we believe assisted us to transform BMC. The first year was 2025. It's anchored on 3 critical success factors. The first one being increased throughput. And like I said, because the BMC cost structure, whether you are slaughtering 20,000 animals or 80,000 animals, the cost of production remains almost the same. We also anchored around enhanced operational efficiency. We believe through the targeted interventions towards replacement of obsolete equipment, 2026 was going to see, I would say, material improvement in terms of performance. Because when you look at our strategic target for 2026, we had set a target of 1.8 billion in terms of revenue. The third one being maximum revenue generation. And through a very diversified market outreach, the plan is to ensure that we are not stuck in one market. And the key pillars are market diversification, cost optimization, stakeholder engagement. Here, I want to emphasize that the target is to have transparency on BMC responses to changing market dynamics. We had a very, very, I would say, intensive stakeholder engagement plan for 2020-26, especially with the farmers. But unfortunately, due to the disease situation, we couldn't implement, because the DVS is the one that has to now take the lead. But where possible, as they have the quota meetings, we always attend to ensure that we provide the required clarity in terms of the market dynamics. And lastly is the technology and systems improvement. Most of our systems are, I would say, sunset, and we are in the process of bringing on board new systems. But with this current challenge, IFMD, I believe some of our interventions would be negatively impacted. Although I do not want to say we are not ready for the challenges. We see these challenges as opportunities to come out as the better BMC going forward. I thank you.
Nyame ra leboga mma ke nako ya gore re ne le mapalamente ba simolola go botsa dipotso. Re bidise Honorable Aaron.
Ke a leboga Chairperson. Ta ke go leboge me TV for ba intshwarela. Na ke Motswana sente ke bua se ha ile gore ke ta go isa leina la gago. Ke a go leboga me TV for your presentation. Gongwe ke tlhaloganye sengwe gore BMC, or how are you ensuring that the cattle prices remain fair for both the farmers and the Commission's financial sustainability? How good and valuable is your EU market? Is it not maybe, don't you consider we should have an open contract that would allow us not only to sell to one particular entity and maybe to explore other markets like the African market? I'm saying this because if it is true. I was once made aware that the African market was even willing to buy the Ngamiland beef. How far true this is, and how have you explored these possibilities? I'm impressed with your submissions with regard to 2026 or 2025-2026. That if not of FMD, you are doing very well. Just to understand, what is it that we have been failing to do all this time, for all these years, that you have made BMC to turn profitable, and what were the challenges? If you were to just summarize that to us. And I would like to understand as well, to also clarify what oversight mechanism in place you have in place to ensure the success. I think tuo kumo ahem, and what contingency plan, again another one, what contingency plan in place to ensure business communities or continuity under the future shocks. So it's about foot and mouth, market operation or operationals. BMC, according to the Act, has to table the report in Parliament. Has this happened? And if not, why are you not meeting this requirement? I will hold on there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Madam Tibo. Tibe. Oh, yes, the way you pronounce it. Okay, that's great. Miku, I heard you properly. You are acting? Acting CEO.
Era.
Well, how long have you been acting?
14 months.
Okay. I have a question. BMC has launched the direct cattle purchase scheme in Ngamiland. Now, I thought it was with a promise of 25 million. That's why I was 23, because when it wasn't taken, there was a lapse there. My question here is this direct purchase in Ngamiland, it's a sente. Can I really makwiri? Makwiri alenteng currently. Kia himi bilela address aja. Because this thing has raised hopes in Ngamiland. Or maybe it will address their long-standing challenges and problems they were facing in selling their cattle. Where, like, what how ka thalusa committee hore bothata e jole kopana le jone ke eng a scheme se tsweletse sente a le duela batho ba sente ja ka ba tshwantse go duelwa. There is an issue of quotas. In the previously or consistently, the communal farmers never ipelaetsa ikete you BMC. You are skewed towards these feedlots and big farmers. But the plus it's baba noneng bonengete gale ba lebe ka le itholele siame. Kingete bone ba sela masalela di quota tse di salang. How are you ensuring that there is fairness mo go ise dikuntshe dikoutara tsa lona. Ke bua se ka gore ne ke utlwa le bua ke your financial, your balance sheet is nkitina innocent akere. And I'm talking from a farmer's point of view, a producer. Kana your health, your financial health and stability, they should provide health finance to the producer. They should also benefit and enjoy that there is a healthy financial status at BMC. Mo go bone ba kola jang le isa ja go bone gore le bone ba bone go ba motivate go ba bore gore no they ba ruela dilo tse di ka ba tswela mosola. Now I'm going to come to a Botswana Accountancy Oversight Authority, which has been previously reprimanded you, Lily BMC, for persistent delays in issuing compliance cleared audited financial statements, citing unsatisfactory internal processes and systems, and went further to classify you as a high risk. It went to that level. Can management, you today, confirm if BMC is now 100% compliant with the Financial Reporting Act? That's one. The second question, which will be my last, have you reviewed by BAOA? If so, how did they rate you currently? Are they still classify you as a high risk? Or now they have moved to put you in a good light? Thank you.
I think Uditebe Kinela.
Thank you. I can't come where I like us. Legacy error. In terms of pricing, how do we ensure that we offer fair prices to our farmers? Really, BMC, we are committed to ensuring that when the market prices, which is the selling prices, they change to our favor, that change is also transferred to the farmers. The Ngami land, I think for a very long time we were fighting over the disparity between the selling prices for what we classified as other markets and what is classified as EU. And I'm happy to say from 2020, I think 2022 when I joined, the buying price was around 28 pula per kg for other markets, but we've subsequently increased it to 41 pula per kg. That is the buying price of today. Had it not been for this current FMD situation, our plans, although I cannot disclose the price ranges that we had already put in place to say, this is how we are going to be buying animals going forward, there was going to be another price adjustment. But unfortunately, yeah, I can ask for Ngamiland. The prices that we are charging for Ngamiland are the same as the prices that we are charging everybody else. Botswana, you're also supplying what we classify as EU compliant animals. So there was going to be a price adjustment. But unfortunately, the circumstances, they one thing that I didn't even disclose, in the history of BMC, 12,400. That was history. But unfortunately, all that product that was designed for the EU, that was bought at a price of 58 pula per kg, is now in our warehouses, now to be sold in the regional market at reduced prices. The other question was whether the EU was a good or is a good and viable market. Nothing can compare with the EU market in terms of selling prices, because other than the selling prices being higher than the prices that we are getting from alternative African markets, there is certainty. Customers there, they are able to move volumes, but the alternative market cannot move the volumes that we are able to move if the EU market is in place. If I can just give an example for the EU market, we were able to move, I think, something closer to almost 20 containers per week. This is why we were able to earn 3 million euros on a weekly basis. And we believed that with the numbers that we had projected for 2025, we should have been able to move more than 20 containers per week. I know there are questions that Botswana at home are asking themselves, is the issue that was on the papers again to say, how did we get 110 million advance from customers and not able to pay? The stock is there. Unfortunately, because of the outbreak, once there is an outbreak, the product cannot go to EU. Even if the EU sanctions are lifted, that same product will not go to EU. We'll have to give them alternative products. But because of the uncertainties around the when can we get the EU back, the customers are now demanding refunds. So is it true we're only focusing on EU? Supply is also, the supply factor was also a determining factor. So if a market that is paying the best prices is able to take everything, really there was no possibility of sharing it with somebody else. Because the other thing that we did differently, we are no longer selling our meat on credit. Customers were paying before the consignments departed for the EU. That's something that we did that is different. You asked about possibility of having open contract. Our engagements with alternative markets, I would say, are ongoing, although we don't know when they will materialize into a firm order. The main issue is around pricing. We are currently hosting the Ghanaians who have come to see and confirm the quality of our product. We submitted samples, but we are yet to get, they are here to see whether the quality that we pride ourselves with is something that can be verified. So we are having the Ghana market as an alternative. We also, I know people are getting tired of the DRC. We believe we are at a very much advanced stage with the DRC. But unfortunately, before consignments leave, we are going to make a lot of noise once that consignment leave. I don't even want to declare how much we are looking at. I don't want even to say what impact will it have on farmers, but it's something that will be very positive if it happens the way it is. Ethiopia, we are also at a very advanced stage. The customer is already paid. And another thing, something that differentiates EU from other markets, alternative markets, is the market authorization processes. For Botswana is subscribing to the World Animal Health Organization principles of ethical trade. So for that to happen, even if a country does not recognize FMD as a disease that have any economic impact and can accept even products from an area that is affected by FMD, our competent authority needs to get that confirmation that we can accept, because the last thing that you want is to allow a customer to move the consignments only to be told that the country cannot. So what they have done, some are just issuing letters, but the right way of doing things is issuing import permits. But that depends on the level of development of the disease control for these specific customers. And as a way of trying to fast track, we are from here, we'll be meeting the DVS to try and facilitate them to do a round trip, because we have orders already lined up to utilize this stock to go and get their counterparts in the various African countries to accept and sign, giving them maybe templates that they can sign to allow our products to go. We are also advanced with Egypt. That's another country that is willing to take our product. One other positive development, one thing that you must note is that BMC is not a very, we don't talk too much, we just deliver, if I may say that. Just last week, we managed to be accredit Maung as a known consignor. In November, the Maung Abattoir was also accredited as a supplier for the UAE market. Your UAE, your Oman, your GCC, Maung was accredited last November. So the last thing was to get it also accredited as a known consignor. What is a known consignor? Known consignor is the accreditation that is granted by the Civil Aviation Authority, authorizing that products, our control environment, the products can just come out of our warehouses into the aeroplanes. And there we want to take advantage of the current situation, UAE or the Middle East, utilizing the air freight. Because as you might be aware, South Africa, even though it's going through FMD, they would not allow our products to go through South Africa. Namibia has also said no in the past, and our only option, we are also exploring, or we've also previously used the Mozambique port. So we believe that consignments, if you conclude with Angola, Angola is another one that is at an advanced stage. And like I said, Africans would want to buy our product at prices that are even lower than the prices that we are paying to farmers. So the engagements are ongoing. We've sent Angola the first price offering. They gave their counter offer. We've given them our final offer. And because that one, the two state presidents have committed to having Botswana beef being exported to Angola, we believe that with the prices that we've given them, we should see something positive coming out. The other question was, what is it that we have done now, which is different from the prior years? Allow me to confirm that the result that we are confirming today basically are results for 2025 are what we achieved for over a 7 months period. We were very intentional about how we wanted to transform the organization as defined in the Tuokumo strategy. One critical thing that we've also acknowledged is the importance of the farmer in this whole equation. And unlike in the past, the farmer is no longer considered as a supplier, but as a customer for BMC, so that it can be afforded the same, I would say, the same attention that we give to other customers. The other one I've already said, we are no longer selling on credit. Even for the Maung, as we've started slaughtering, I'll talk about Maung. It's a very complicated and challenging market, but if you allow, with due respect, I'll share some of our frustrations with yourselves. Oversight mechanism for Tuokumo. Oversight mechanism, we report on you recall that we were reporting even to Cabinet on a weekly basis. We are also reporting to the board on a regular basis on the performance, the transformation. BMC, we are reporting on a weekly basis to Cabinet, and we are also reporting regularly through the committees. Business continuity to absorb shocks like the one that we are just experiencing. We are opening, or we will be operating a number of abattoirs as a way of minimizing the risks. Just before this current outbreak, we were licensed to start operating the Gaborone multi-species abattoir. We are also in the process of finalizing the Sabong multi-species abattoir. The wet run trials could have been held on the 11th of May, but unfortunately, because of the movement restrictions, we cannot do that. And again, we are resuscitating the Francistown abattoir as a way of managing the risk associated with the Lobatse, being the proximity of Lobatse to the South African, because looking at the strategy that South Africa has adopted for disease control, tabling of the report, like I said, BMC in Esena, I understand. I understand there was no substantive, and previously when they went to try to present those who were in the office, they were sent back that only the accounting officer can go and present. And I believe that for 2025, we will accordingly, once the financials are presented to the minister, because as per our act, they has to be signed by June the 30th, they will accordingly be presented. DCP, DCP, we've started again. We suffered some, I would say, challenges where there were, I would say, expectation gaps. Initially, BMC thought they could transport animals from the respective areas and have them weighed Komakalama quarantine, and farmers did not accept that arrangement, which we have also reflected on. And now farmers, the buying happens where the farmers are, as opposed to transporting before buying. The other challenge that is there, we've realized that, the target of paying them within 3 days, somehow, somewhere, I must confess, people were just getting their money, but when it comes to transferring the animals into BMC, that took some time. So as a way of controlling that kind of, we are no longer going to pay a farmer until they've done all that is necessary to transfer ownership to BMC, because the current stock that we have at the quarantine has overstayed for about 2 weeks, when the farmers were long been paid, and now they transfer. So that's something that we will be. So 25 million, 23 million, 25 million was the target, the budget that from our coffers in Lobatse, we had said, this is what should we receive the numbers, this is what we will use to finance the procurement of animals. But unfortunately, the response back then was not that. And then in terms of quotas, we have a very transparent process, but the priority is always to give Botswana and reduce the number of Zaba. Another thing, allow me to confirm that for Botswana, or for us, really Baba Mweba, we don't fulfill, even after you've been given a quota, even if you don't bring animals, majority of the time they don't even communicate. You have to call and ask, you are supposed to have brought your animals, what's it been? Certainty over supply is very critical, given that we have limited space. Financial health, how does it translate to, like I've already touched on that one, or if we get, but now the circumstances have changed, we need to see how we are going to finance the restoration of Francistown. So our demands are too much, therefore we cannot, the good performance of 2025 cannot be immediately converted into benefits to farmers, because we still have other things to address. Bawa issue, that was in 2021. I've seen the Bawa, the issue, yes, it was even listed as a grey organization in terms of grading. All the issues that were addressed, they were satisfactorily addressed, but unfortunately they have not. We are still waiting for them to come and do another review of what is it that we are doing. So in terms of compliance, yes, here and there, last year we had a delay, because what we are seeing is when the auditor is there last year of audit, finalization of accounts becomes. But we were able to sign as late as it was, which is why we believe with the new auditors this year, we would sign within June as required by the Act. So other years, we were able to sign on time. That's all.
Honorable Chair, let me not waste much time and go straight to my questions. The first one will be when you're doing your presentation here, Matibe, you touched on a number of issues, but my questions will be like this. Revenue increased by 401% between 2021 and 2025. What specific drivers underpin this growth, and how sustainable are they in the medium to long term? The other question will be, why are the subsidiaries of BMC, namely Mainland Carriers and Lobatse Leathers Ltd, not submitting audited accounts? And what action have you or the board taken against the management for these companies? The other question is in the 2024 accounts, the auditors issued a qualified opinion because of going concern problems. They also indicate that you made losses over time amounting to 1.8 billion. Now the question is, what are the top 5 expenses contributing to these losses? If management lose this amount of money, you know, 1.8 billion, what action do you think should be taken against them? And will the money ever be recovered? The other question that I've got is, you said BMC has an unqualified audit report, but in 2024, the auditor indicated that BMC is not a going concern, according to the report. Why are you not disclosing this to this committee? Why are you not disclosing this? The other question is, according to the report, you are mandated to promote schemes for improvement of the standard and condition of cattle to be sent for slaughtering. Now I want to know, for a farmer who is from areas Sabo Mabesekwa and Matsita Made, what have you done in the past 2 years to make sure they know about your mandate? What have you done in the past 2 years? BMC, just in the past 2 days, 2 years. Honorable Chair, I've got when you were answering one of the honorable members here, you said you have got plans to resuscitate the Francistown abattoir. Now my question is, for how long has the Francistown abattoir been closed? For how long has it been closed? And there is a rumor that I have got that on annual basis, you spend around 650 in paying the security that is taking care of that premises. Is that, can you confirm to this committee, 260,000, 650,000 on yearly basis? So I want you to confirm if that is true or it's not true. Lastly, the last question will be the accommodation that is there at the Francistown abattoir is being used, and I think you know that very well. I want to know what are those houses being used for, because the abattoir is closed. So I want you to tell this house what those houses are used for. And lastly, there was a strike at Slobatse. I think you know very well about the strike. And those employees were crying of their payments, saying they are lowly paid. So I want you to confirm to this house, what was the cry all about? Just to give us the figure of how much those employees are getting. And if you did something to maybe increase on what they were crying for, so that we can know if indeed you are sticking to your mandate. Just be open and give us an update of what went on in that strike and if all their issues were resolved. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just quickly go over the little that I have. So despite running to profitability, margins remain thin due to finance costs. What is the strategy to improve net profitability and addressing issues of BMC's inability to operate as a going concern? Given heavy reliance on premium export markets, that is EU and Norway, what risks does BMC face from market concentration, and what progress has been made in diversifying into new export or regional markets? How is management being held accountable for delays in capital projects and operational inefficiencies? For example, the Tannery project delays, second processing plant and effluent treatment plant at Maung Abattoir. And continuing, Mr. Chairman, a fundamental tenet of the oversight exercised by this committee is transparency through regular public financial reporting. However, a review of the Botswana Meat Commission's public repository shows that the latest available annual report on your official website is for the 2021 financial year. So to provide this committee with an explicit baseline of accountability, have the annual and integrated reports for the financial years 2021-22, 22-23, 23-24, and 24-25 been compiled, fully audited and signed off by the Board of Commissioners? And if these reports have been completed and submitted to the Minister as required under Section 9 of the BMC Act, what is the administrative justification for withholding them from the public domain for up to 4 years? If they remain finalized and unaudited, what specific internal accounting system or structural bottlenecks have paralyzed the Commission's ability to produce audited financial statements? Ministerial updates to Parliament in early 2024 revealed that the 2022 audited statements showed an accumulated loss of 1.549 billion pula, rendering the BMC technically insolvent, while the 2023 were still unreleased. How can this committee or the livestock sector accurately evaluate the success of the meriting 2022 to 2025 turnaround strategy when the core financial data is kept opaque and severely outdated? What specific internal auditing resources are currently dedicated to resolving this reporting crisis? And in light of the 1.549 billion pula in accumulated losses reported to up to the end of the 2022 cycle, what is the exact updated status of the Commissioner's equity position as of the close of the 2024-25 financial period? Under the meriting 2022-25 turnaround strategy, management promised a favorable trend and a mitigation of operational inefficiencies. Without sign-off reports, please provide this committee with the exact unaudited figures for net profit or loss before tax for the fiscal years 2023, 24, and 25. On what exact dates does the accounting officer project that the BMC will officially exit technical insolvency? Public records from 2024 indicated that the BMC carried over 98.9 million of pula of outstanding creditor debt, of which 67.7 million pula, which is basically 68%, was owed directly to cattle farmers for livestock throughput. What is the precise amount currently owed to farmers today? So maybe the last one would be that management has recently stated that the payment turnaround times have been reduced to between 72 hours and 7 days for specific delivery schemes. Can the accounting officer present an audited age analysis of livestock supplier payments for the last 18 months to substantiate this claim? How are these payment targets being insulated from the intermittent cash flow constraint caused by the international trade bottlenecks? Maybe the last one would be, the BMC has historically faced scrutiny from this committee for leadership vacuums, at times fronting delegations without an executive officially mandated by the board to legally account for the entity. Given the recent reliance of you, Madam Acting, what is the definite timelines for the appointment to that of permanent substantive executive term, that is for the CEO, for the CFO, and for the COO? So how has this prolonged pattern of transitional leadership impacted the continuity of contract negotiations with premium international markets and the execution of long-term capital projects? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair.
Na le ba di papa tsa bohelo tse pedi yana ke wa go se tsere le ke tsone re tebešitse le pedi a tsetse pedi yana.
Thank you, Chair. Nya me tsamedi le bagane le audit. Gongwe ke botse potso ya gore were you selected for national forensic audit? If yes, does this indicate the existence of fraud within the BMC? Two, even now, have you implemented all recommendations from external auditors and internal auditors and other type of consultancy? You mentioned Francis Town Avatar. So, how far true is it that machinery has been taken out or taken away? And reinstall those machineries that were in that amateur. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, mine will be on corporate governance. In your presentation, you mentioned that BMC is contributing to employment. Then the question would be, is it true that BMC employees are being offered short-term instead of permanent positions? If that's true, how does this affect the staff morale? The other one will be, how has the board instability affected oversight of strategy, risk and finances, and who bears accountability for this governance lapses? I would also want to know about the how BMC is still operating without an organizational structure. If yes, why is this the case, and what challenges are experienced? And the last one, you did also acknowledge or accept that there are 4 positions which are not filled. And auditors also indicated that some board positions are not filled. What qualifications are required to fill these positions? Is there a shortage of such qualification in the country? I thank you, Mr. Chair.
a re tšee sotho ka pela re jega
nte ke ditseng ka pela ke tswa ko morago ke ye ko pele ya board appointments that is the prerogative of the shareholder, and therefore what we do, we consistently and continuously remind of the vacancies. But what we've identified as missing is a finance professional and a chartered accountant. We've identified somebody with market intelligence. I don't know, we can just recommend, but it's for the shareholder to decide and determine what skills can be delegated to BMC. And then we've also identified the digitalization and so IT and digitalization as one of the key skills. And then lastly, issues around international trade. And then the next one is issues around the organizational structure. My time was very limited. I could have shared a lot about what is happening. The issue of the organizational structure, the BMC, the board has recently approved a new organizational structure that is based on business units, the business units model, to ensure enhanced accountability and transparency in reporting. So that if Maung is not, I'm not saying it because of Botonakako, if Maung is not doing well, we are able to identify it and take action to ensure that it's restored to profitability. Because currently, even though we do have, I would say, business units reports, they are not operated as an autonomy, and therefore nobody is held accountable. We look at ultimately the performance of the organization as a whole. The stability of the board, I think I've answered it. We've got 7, and I want to assure the committee here that the business of BMC was not affected by the lack of these other. They continue the little that we have. We use the little that we have. Issue of short-term contracts instead of permanent. Yes, at management level, managerial level, we are being offered short-term contracts. That is aligned. It was aligned with the strategy to move to the business unit model, and I believe that once that, like the strategy, the organizational structure has been approved, the due process of grading the job profiles and fitting people into those positions is what will be the next step. And therefore, I believe that within a very reasonable time, that will be a thing of the past. And other employees at low levels, they are offered permanent and pensionable positions. Next is the issue of the Francistown. Whether it's true it has been cannibalized, if I may use the word that other people like using, the issue is, yes, a lot of critical equipment, some of the critical equipment, they go abatonyete, this is coming from the liquidity challenges that BMC experienced over the years. When Maung got something more critical component, they fail, cash flow. In the past, they'll go and get something from the same with Lobatse. That's what was happening. But the current board has since put an end to such an activity or a culture. And unfortunately, we are yet to validate with the current latest budgets for the equipment that will be replacing, because we are just coming out of our strategy retreat to see how we reposition ourselves amidst the FMD, and one of our critical success factor is the resuscitation of Francistown. Let me not share figures that have not been validated. We do have some indications of what we need in order to make sure that we start operations as quickly as possible. Another issue is whether we were being subjected to forensic audit? The answer again is yes. You are asking whether, you've also asked whether does it indicate whether there is fraud or what? Unfortunately, I'm not privy to what was being, all we did was to facilitate submission of the required information. And at this stage, we have not received the detailed articulation of what are the, I would say, the internal control weaknesses. Those some years were discussed, like the issue of the dormant subsidiaries, which is something that took us a bit of time, but we believe that before the end of this financial year, all those ones would be closed. In terms of external auditors, the provision, the guidance that they gave, whether we've been implementing, yes, we've been implementing. This is why when you look at the management letter for 2025, the only standing, I would say, standing issue is the going concern. The going concern, if I may clarify, it speaks to the accumulated deficit. And the accumulated deficits are not deficits that are reported within a single year. I think in 2013, they were a bit reversed, and then the current 1.8 billion that is accumulated deficit, I would say it has been accumulated from 2014. So is the period. Therefore, if you ask me how long will it take to reverse the 1.8 billion, Ghana for us initially we thought if we could, I guess circumstances have changed. Our target was to achieve 2 billion. And if we achieve 2 billion worth of revenues, the target was to make maybe profits of 500 million. So with the 500 million profit, we need up to maybe 4 or 5 months, 5 years to get them reversed and the going concern issue addressed. And how is it address the shareholder on an annual basis is required by the auditors to issue what they call the letter of support to say, as the government, they do not have any intentions to allow BMC not to continue operating as a going concern. You asked about, the other question was about the CEO. The CFO, I said I'm the CFO, so that one is not vacant. I believe I still have a contract. But we have the vacancy. And then in terms of the CEO, the COO, and the CEO, these are the positions. And I must confess that in the current structure, the CEO no longer have a position called COO. The structure that I think we have what we call the Chief Sustainability Officer to look at other things, including even reporting structures, ensuring that we get reports. And then there was a request for aging, or how much do we owe. For the first time in the history of BMC, we closed 2025 with 0 outstanding balances for farmers. And up to even now, despite the fact that we are challenged by FMD, we owe nobody. The only outstanding, if there is any, would be the farmers from the Ngami land that opted to do their own quarantine, and they are only going to be paid once their cattle are slaughtered. So that's where we are now. So we will submit the age analysis. I believe you want to see the age analysis, how we performed from the past. We are coming from an era where for Ngami land we could take up to 6 months without paying farmers. And now the target is to do 3 days. And the 3 days says direct slaughter was to allow for transfer of ownership to and then 2020, I think I've responded to the 67 of farmers, or we are no longer, it's a thing of the past. Yes, in the past we were getting the home. And this was during the era where we were also selling on credit. Ever since we changed our model to sell cash, we were able to facilitate. And the other thing that I didn't report on, BMC has funding facilities with Rand Merchant Bank. Out of that facility, we have a revolving facility of 200 million. That is purely for the payment of farmers, and therefore that's how we were able to pay farmers on a regular basis. I think I've touched the issue, deficit, or is an accumulation of losses because BMC has been making losses. Essentially, the losses of Francistown, those are also included here. And then the audited financial statements, Honorable, we have audited financial statements up to 2024. Those are available. Maybe what is lacking is maybe downloading them, putting them into the BMC, downloading them to the BMC website. For our gap reporting to make sure that the Mehela financial statements audited. We are the only share. The only ones that I didn't share is 2025 because the audit is ongoing. And according to our act, we should finish within 6 months after year end, and we believe we are on track. There was another issue of going concern where I said the audit is unqualified. Say they only highlighted key audit matter as the going concern. Going concern is an issue that is even in 2024, they said it's now a medium risk. When you look at prior years, it was a very high risk because even whether BMC was going to be there the following day because of the way things were, it was a very high risk. So it will continuously be stated as a matter for the attention of the shareholder or other users of the financial statements until such a time that this accumulated deficit is completely reversed or the cash flow situation is very positive and available to finance without tapping into borrowings. Another question was management, whether management was held accountable for the delays in Ternary. And like I said, these projects are funded by the shareholder. Management, yes, we could be blamed, but the service of the contractors, I think we spent about 5 months without any funding towards payment of the contractors. And for the Ternary, had it not been for the delayed payments, I believe we could have finished it on track. The one that is creating a bit of or that is facing a bit of some challenges is the value addition. And we are allow me not to disclose a lot of things because there are a lot of moving or the dynamics around the project are the ones that are causing a little bit of delay, partly because of the complexity of the project itself. Finance costs, we are worried because if you look at the revolving credit facility, yes, it afforded us the opportunity to at least address the most critical stakeholder. Not to say that other creditors are important, but the farmer. And once the farmer is happy, you are short of the throughput. Remember when I talked about our strategy, our key critical success factors, throughput is at the top. Without throughput, operational efficiency becomes something that is very, very difficult to achieve. So we are in the process of looking for alternative sources of funding. It's only that what we've seen so far is still costly. And with the uncertainties around the FMD, I don't think we will be able to get funding at very competitive rates. But we are looking now for possible funding from our FDIs so that and unfortunately again, most of them are saying they don't do refinancing. Therefore, the plan was to redeem or liquidate the facilities using our internally generated revenues. Just to put it into perspective, last year we were able to make around 120, 200 million per month. Therefore, had it not been for FMD, within 3 to 6 months, we would have liquidated the facilities. But we are still geared towards finding alternative markets that can help us liquidate as quickly as possible. The other one was the question around 2025 strike. Yes, I do confirm there was the 2020. In my presentation, I've reported about the 2025. I think you've received the presentation. We provided an update. Employees were challenging housing allowance as well as the abattoir allowance. The housing allowance, the employees, even though in prior years, BMC paid the people in the they were given apparently lump sum as a payment towards the lost benefit. But unfortunately, what was not taken into consideration is that those employees are no longer within the background. It's been resolved. We've signed even the settlement agreements, and even to the other PAC, we were requested to give an update of the outstanding matters, and we've shared. We can submit the same to this committee just for the records to say this is where the issues are. The other one was for the abattoir allowance. Canada abattoir allowance was introduced apparently because the meat inspectors that are government employees were being paid abattoir allowance at 311. So by BMC, if this is to compensate them for the working environment, then they should also be paid. So there was disparity. BMC was paying 300, Botswana government paying 311. So because there was no other benchmark, the benchmark was the 311 that is being paid to Botswana government employees. So we've settled those, so they were adjusted to 311. That's what was paid. And then the issue around accommodation, houses in Francistown, and security. Allow me to report to this committee that the Francistown abattoir is under what is called care and maintenance, which means it needs to continuously be tested or operate to make sure that when the time like this comes, resuscitate. We have about, I'll confirm, but I think around 8 employees. Baba ko Francistown. Baba ngo ba bereka ko Lebong. We have a lab in Francistown. That one is still operational. It's only that of late gae tsenye madi a ka loka gore the main customer back then ne le wa client wa tsa bana. Yona a supply dijo tsa bana le di testiwa ko Lebong ya teng. So ga di sa thola di testiwa. And the labs are accredited 17025. These are very, and we've also disclosed to water utilities that given our accreditation status they should consider testing their water corona is supposed to go South Africa. Accommodation mantuana amangwana batho ba babereki ba rona. Amangwe we had list them out. Ka go thoka lesego. Some of the tenants, they couldn't pay rent. We've evicted almost all of them. As of last night, I received a call. But they're yet to write. But they're interested that the biodiversity is a new news company. Me hela the plan ke gore mantua tera resuscitate ra refurbish. We're also in talks about that. The new mine in Francistown allow me to just say, they had also indicated their willingness in a very prime area. And then still on Francistown in the issue of security. Yes, security, we have security systems. Just to ensure that so we have security although I can't remember the figure off my head, but I don't think the 650 is high cost. But we've already negotiated or engaged security system the plan is to terminate, and we are now going to be insourcing. Gore re tsenye babereki ba rona ba bangwe e nne bone ba ba tla bong ba tlhokometse kwa, ka gore the moment you leave it unattended, it will definitely be vandalized. So unfortunately, we are forced by those circumstances. Ya farmers education in the 2018, I think, but I'll confirm. 2018. The time it was closed, in Israel, because through put ever since Ibulan is a conejo, one of the homocidal. And again, back then, in the Hollywood Happy, how is it to Homocolovat? Okaru duelo capelacan or duelo center or so even but Roban and Baleko, you comota one never disako. But going forward, because it's now going to be City China, we don't do Homosaronaka win City Cap. Therefore, we expect to hurry a bekata Konakubana through Puti, bata.
That means 650,000 pula. Once in a duel, was a lot duel of 2018.
It's a little more maintenance, but I cannot hold 650 get the current. Horror really hair or Hochocumra Hotel prior to Insi Lebuka annual later. You get ready. I did rate to Kedua, Leboneba Tabare, as per the labor regulations, Bogadi Batabuka. But we've given them, I can't get this news. We've given them notice. We've given them notice here, the plan to Korobatsu, so that their farmers' education allow me to accept we have not done enough. Farmers' education, but as part of the 2 Okumo strategy, one of our key deliverables, key performance indicator, how conversion ya di farmer from just an ordinary farmer yo tangata tsiedwa ke matibe a ba rekisa khomo ka 3,000 gore a ba ka khona go itse gore there is more to the value of an animal than gore bo bata quick cash. Gore re khone go ba khonsa re ra introduce le karata e bitswang go ti e-wallet pro, because we've realized that a lot of our people ba ngwane ba re ha kena bank account BMC ke batho ba go. We have what we call e-wallet pro. Ke karata hela re go duela re tsenya madi be re gone hela karata le pin there and there. Ha ena di bank charges, ha ena sepe, but it's an account e leng gore le motho there after o ka khona go itirisetsa. Ke buile ka di accounts qualified and qualified, and then the khantsabolo ba tseledas. When I presented the group structure, Kirilo Globatsaleda say owner BMI, owner AMI, owner TBCS, table bay cold storage. And the table bay cold storage is audited on an annual basis. The financials is that thing when you receive the BMC, when you look at the BMC financial statements, they are the commission and the group. And the group is the consolidation of the subsidiary accounts. So as part of the audit, the auditor they are confirmed the auditor the subsidiary, so that what is being reported as group financial statements are audited financial statements as a group in its entirety. Mainline because of currently the activities that they indicate may as per the 2024 audit, the auditor really there is the possibility of the investment because we've awarded a private party to develop and we'll be getting regular income. How we are the procurement process, they requested for a audit, so it's part of the 2025. It will be audited 2025. But the materiality of the transactions. Lastly, lastly, the jump 2021 and 2025. What were the main revenue drivers? Why did we achieve the increase here over 400,000? One key issue came throughput. You get the throughput 19,000 for the whole year. 19,000. And where we are in 2025, we slaughtered around 65,000 animals. again ke ne ke setse ke tlhalositse ka price gore the price ya rona e re rekisang ka yone ko marketeng ne re tswa ko pricing e re kile ra nna le price ya bo 3 euro per kg ele selling prices even gone ko marketeng gore re it's a premium market but where we are now ha ne re tswala ne re tsamaya ko average price around 7 euro per kg. So these are some of the drivers tsa revenue ya rona ke throughput le price. These are the two. And for 2026 ha ne se thakole molong re ka bo re rile nka be re target ya rona was 100,000 in terms of 100,000 followers and 15,000 to go maung nearly 150. But we've since adjusted to take cognizance of the changing environment. Ke yone a bohero.
Nya nna ke batla go utlwa ka ya strike sa maloba gore ke utlwile gore ke ile ba e thatša mme no sa bue gore le resolve yang ba ne ba supa gore ba
duetse ma 311 for abattoir allowance, for housing the 1,000 pula ba mo tsenyediso mo salary
o ba se motse go a tsenyetso gore re a
bona kwa rights resolve ke yone ne ke re
okay ne ke batla go utlwa di-figure tshwanetseng okay thank you
ya me la go re bole le gompieno ke be re tšhaitse ka half 12 ka re ke be re tšhaitse ka half 12 bota re BMC te e lebelele gore e dira yang ka nako ya rona.
Overtime. One thing I didn't also touch ke gore ne re duela overtime ya maphata ote so that re kgone go achieve this result. That's another thing that we did. We took over overtime ya what ke wene the inspector tsa government. We took overtime ya NARD because NARD is the main facilitator ya market gore di test di tswe ka nako. Me ka go thoka lesego lona re kopana le lona re le mo seemong se se thata ne re ka bo gongwe re
Honorable Chair, we tsore nako ya go ile tota ke a tlhaloganya. But ne ke batla go confirm the labs. I was much interested in the labs. Or the labs are intact, functional, and they are underutilized. Ke structure tse di ho hela.
Nya lebo ntse ya bereka. Gore hela itsong that gore a re ga ra ka ra e market a ke re kile ha re sa irang mo go le gontsi because our engagement with water utilities about 2-3 weeks ago they were shocked ba bona our accreditation status gore me kana re isa metsi for these specific tests tse le di dira a ke re rena ma rona the reason ina ma rona e sa tshwanele na maele e jang gongwe le gongwe we test our water every day and the reason go na le high incidence ya colon cancer ke o le jana maesa di microorganisms tse di nang teng mo metsing naturally le di leja hela kako. But if we were to advertise and tell BOTSWANA gore I doubt gore even with government go no ka letela sa gore go se ka jwa number e tswang go gore we test
go ape e go ne le go ta go kopa se gore o se ka gana se go se kopang gape ke go ke itopele in advance.
Secondary processing plants, which was budgeted at the amount of 230 million pula. So, and the reversion of within the Commission's ongoing insolvency challenges, what is the exact scope of the 390 million capital injection? Were the tenders, both tenders, were they executed in accordance with the Postal Procurement Act? And have there been any cost overruns, variations, or delayed deliveries timelines on either contracts in the groundwork? Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Gongwe ke baakanya ya revitalization is about 225 million. Yeah, ya letalo. 160 was the original before the tendering process and everything. Like ke ne ke bua, the two projects the two projects were funded by by the shareholder. Defined like a shareholder. So on a regular basis, we submit about this the payment. And then I can delay young way to look on a more funding for the project. Regular I am 5 months in Horhakonamati. At Uncle Didir. Available Saka Kanya PP, whether the project say this PP, RAE. Hey. Correct, it's a very dicey question. So nearly any through what tendering what tendering Haboha how I do. They were trying to copa where tenders were advertised and tenders were awarded. Ra. Erra ya gore go tender lui a ke ra ke batho go bua ka preempta ka tsena mo di processing tse dingwe tse di deep e mehela the tenders were advertised and tenders were awarded. Erra it was done through a tendering process. So far I see kana di variations tse dingwe tsa nthadi ya go tiswa ke yone delay di paid ya 5 months. I think the last time we had 2 million penalties. It's one more ring, Racontraconse 5 months as a drill. But kidi technicalities is if I was to share more.
Ya re tsene ra le boga di kopa ona honorable friends go a le boge. A le boge go wa dira di follow up ga ba tona le chance ya go akgela. Ra ore te re chaisa a hetsa. Tabo ka 2 for Botswana Qualification Authority re kwa pota ba chair ka 2.
Ke a leboga honorable chair ta ke leboge the presentation from the accounting officer Mati Robela for the time ye le re hileng go ta go thola le rona mme ke tsa ke re re tumelo ke gore mabthabelo rona Francis Town ata bule. I mean, kanana maharaba mona manyadi khumu hela. We have got so many things in our work. Thaba budi mo go one gore an operation ra thaba budi tonki mo go one. Those are some of the things in our gongwe di ga disa botshelo mo go one mathabelo na gongwe bangwa dijo tsone tsa ke ra ha ba gongwe ba bongwe ba sa di rate me bangwe bo ba tija ke re ke dingwe tsa dilo tse leng gore tshwanna go re di lebelele. With that, honorable chair, let me end here and invite you for lunch. Re servela go re ta bonne le bona ke ta bo ke le tse pele teng. Thank you, honorable chair.